I thought you were going to speak Patois.
Oh, greetings to the Most High.
Anyway, it's a Friday morning. Please, right here on the Super Morning Show.
I haven't eaten Kosuyani Meko from Central University, so I can't be.
You're on your own. You're on your own. You're on your own, eh? And it's a cold Friday morning, and so why not start with something by Joseph Eel, culture, as you would we call him. I hope you're doing very well this morning. My name is Winston Amoah.
And my name is Kojo Yankson. I'm the morning man.
So this morning we'll be at the Kaneshi market. Yesterday, Gilbert Ankra, who's PR of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, told us that they were going to clear the waste. And you know, here, we like it when we actually get results. But results must also be monitored to see if it is true. So we'll do this with you. We will be there. The team will be there to inspect this morning. And as we always do, we'll bring you the feedback. But in the meantime, you can also tell us the sanitation situation wherever you are. And as we've been doing, we'll follow it up and get you the results. Those within Adenta, I think from the Lotto kiosk to, the Catholic Church, say they've seen the assembly working on the road after they reported it here on the Super Morning Show.
Okay.
I've also seen the Gan East Municipal Assembly trying to do some works on the roads. But I still haven't seen much improvement on the Pantine Junction to Abokobi Road.
What of that diversion, that strange diversion you had to suffer the other morning?
They've opened the road now, so we could just go through it. But this morning also, we want to know, the traffic situation where you are. What's causing that traffic? Is it poor roads, or maybe there's a pothole somewhere that's creating the problem? And we'll focus also on the Kaswa to Malam Junction. I don't know what it will cost. The state, Highways Authority, and the Assembly to just an urban roads to fix that pothole. I don't know what it will take them to fix it. Today, people are stuck in traffic for 3.5 hours. They waste a quarter of the day in traffic. How do you expect a man who spends 3 hours in traffic to be productive when he or she gets to work?
And it's bad enough going the other way from Kaswa to Winneba.
Exactly.
Where the transport operators are threatening a 20% increase in fares if something is not done about the state of the roads. It's very bad. So imagine if your journey is from Winneba to Malam Junction. It's just double trouble. Nobody deserves that.
And this morning also, what's happening to the NPP? Well, former Asin Central Member of Parliament, Ken Ohene-Japong, has been referred to the party's disciplinary committee, and the committee has 2 weeks to report to the National Executive Committee and by extension the National Council for some petitions, one from, according to Henry Nanabuachi, national organizer of the NPP, from the minority members on the Health Committee of Parliament. Others have petitioned for sanctions against Kennedy Japong for his anti-party behavior. We'll get into all of these here on the Super Morning Show. As always, we do the show with you. Get onto X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. But how about the utility tariff hike for the third quarter? 3.4% for electricity and 0.85% for water. What do you make of that? All of these coming up here on the Super Morning Show. Now time for the news at 6.
Hallelujah, there is no night there. King Rastafari is our light, and we no need no other light. Hallelujah, there is no night there. Go and make we sing it again. No night in a Zion, there is no night there. Hallelujah, there is no night there. Rastafari is our light, and we no need no other light. Hallelujah, there is no night there. For the Babylon is full of bad ways and bad decision. All them know to do is make guns and ammunition. Never yet to ever make any good decision. And the people out in the street, they suffer by that. Hear what I'm saying? No night in a Zion, there is no night there. Hallelujah, there is no night and none of them cantangerous business. All they want to do is fasten you up in a politics. The Rasta man him vote for him in dreadlocks already.
99.7 FM.
When I vote for you, then tell me now who vote for me.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 and Hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we're on Love 99.5 FM, and in all 16 regions of Ghana via our partner stations. We're also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces, and YouTube. Coming up, Association of Ghana Industries joins calls for the reversal of upward electricity and water tariffs adjustment set to take effect on July 1st, insisting reasons for the adjustments remain unclear.
What we struggle to see this time around is the reason for the increment, because all the justification they would typically use for increasing tariffs has not been met.
And in business,
Public Utilities Regulatory Commission rules out reversal of tariff hikes from the 1st of July. Details on the Joy Business Report.
Well, also, Cabinet has directed the Attorney General to draft a state assets protection bill, which President Mahama says will prevent any government from capriciously disposing of state assets. And they call it the beautiful game. But how do you follow the action when you cannot see it? We bring you the story of how some visually impaired Ghanaians are experiencing the World Cup following the Black Stars through strong emotional display in the last game.
And when the anthem is being played before the match, it gives me that calm feeling.
Well, also coming up, Black Stars aiming for convincing win against Croatia in their last Group L game to guarantee qualification to the next stage of the ongoing World Cup in North America.
Do our best to go as far as we can, but we'll take it game by game, Croatia next, and try to get a convincing win.
We hear from Captain Jordan Ayew as the team steps up preparation for tomorrow's game. These and more with me, Fred Smith. This is Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible journalism. In our first story, the Association of Ghana Industries has joined the Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA, and the Food and Beverages Association, FABAG, in calling for the reversal of proposed increment in water and electricity tariffs set to take effect on July 1. Speaking to Joy News, the Greater Accra Regional Chair of the association, Chonam Akpelu, claimed that the justification for increasing tariffs have not been met. The regional chair of the Association of Ghana Industries urged utility providers to address operational and technical losses, which he said significantly contributes to the sector's overall financial challenges.
We're fully aware of the quarterly adjustments in the utility tariff. So this is a situation we are fully aware of. What we struggle to see this time around is the reason for the increment, because all the justification they would typically use for increasing tariffs has not been met. Take the interest rate, for example, take inflation rate, take exchange rate. It is very difficult for us to see why anyone will use these different parameters in determining an increment at this moment. Once at it, our view is that both the utility companies, provision companies like the ECG and Ghana Water should rather be focusing on tackling the losses.
And Cabinet has directed the Attorney General to draft a legislation for the protection of state assets to be known as the State Asset Protection Bill. This was made known by President Mahama at the Ghana Civil Society Forum 2026 on the theme Reimagining Partnerships for Democratic Consolidation and Inclusive Development. And President Mahama said the bill is aimed at preventing any government from capriciously disposing of state assets.
Accountability and the fight against corruption are essential to democratic consolidation. And I wish to use this platform to restate my commitment to transparent and accountable governance. I'm also happy to announce to you that yesterday Cabinet took a decision directing the Attorney General to draft a bill for the protection of state assets. It's called the State Assets Protection Bill.
You heard the President Mahama. Now to politics, and former NPP flag bearer aspirant and party stalwart Kennedy Ejapong has been given 2 weeks to present his case before the party's disciplinary committee or risk sanctions after the National Executive Committee and the National Council referred multiple petitions against him for action. In recent weeks, Kennedy Ejapong has taken aim at parts of the party leadership, at times threatening to expose the NPP. Those remarks have triggered multiple petitions from the party, including some members of parliament. National organizer of the party, Henry Nana Boakye, says the committee is expected to finish in 2 weeks.
I do not think that the National Council and National Executive Committee will assume any position. Right? Procedurally and constitutionally, what the National Council did today was in tandem with the party's constitution. Maybe a challenge the Council raised was to make sure that we give timelines to the National Discipline Committee, which we did. So in 2 weeks, they are supposed to finish sitting to go into these matters and then present their report.
So is it expected that the committee will invite Mr. Ejapong to listen to his side of the story?
Obviously.
Okay.
I mean, that is the essence of this. We are in a democratic dispensation, and you would have to give fair hearing to all of these, any allegation level against any individual.
And you heard the national organizer of the NPP, Henry Nana Boakye there. Now, scores of drivers and residents of Ajay Kojo Kanewu in Ashaman are demanding urgent road repairs as deteriorating roads continue to damage vehicles, increase transport fares and worsen the burden on commuters. With some drivers avoiding the area altogether because of the road conditions, residents are also facing difficulties accessing reliable transport, prompting renewed calls for urgent government intervention. Kevin Osai Ahene has more in this report.
Vehicles which ply these routes visit the mechanic shop daily. The poor state of roads at Ajay Kojo Kanewu in Ashaiman stretches about 31.2 kilometers.
And the road is now headed to our car. And the insurance? The insurance, we do pay everything. We are paying all those things. But still, they didn't do nothing about the road. And look my car. 2020, look the car, the treasure of the car. Everything damaged.
The campaign time, the MPs and the DCs, they come here. So if they will vote for them, they will do the road. As now, we are almost 2 years. We haven't done anything on the road. Always we have faced problems in our road. So we are begging the government or the MPs to come and help us in our.
I heard that report by my colleague Kevin Osai Ahene there. Now, for many football fans, the thrill of the game is in the passes, tackles, goals, and celebrations they see. But for people with visual impairment, football is experienced differently through sound, memory, imagination, and the emotions of those around them. With the World Cup underway, Joy News' Anita Adams explores how some visually impaired Ghanaians are following the biggest football festival. Here's her report read to you.
For many visually impaired football fans, they may not see the passes, free kicks, goals, or celebrations, but through commentary, crowd reaction, and shared experience, they follow every moment. Dr. Obeng Asamoah, director of the Ghana Blind Union, was not born blind. He lost his sight after developing a condition at age 18, but his love for football remains strong.
I've always been interested in football. You know, when I was a little boy, I used to play football. You know, there's always some kind of commentary in hand, so you get to know which players are possessing the ball more, the excitement in the commentator's voice.
46-year-old Abdul Razak Yusuf is another visually impaired football fan, a social worker and father of two. His love for the Black Stars began in childhood when he could not see.
Growing up myself, I was a footballer, and before I became blind, when you get a commentator who can describe the scenario very well, at times the way he would describe the scenario will make you feel tense, and at times too, when the situation favors you, you feel relieved and you'll be happy.
But not everyone follows the game through commentary alone. For Wilhelmina, a visually impaired LLB student and entrepreneur, family plays a central role in her match day experience.
You know, because I'm visually impaired, I rely on my friends. You know, and when the anthem is being played before the match, it gives me that calm feeling. Sometimes I do forget I'm visually impaired.
For Joy News, Anita Adams reports read to you.
And the Black Stars captain, Jordan Ayew, says Ghana are focused on securing a convincing win over Croatia in their final Group L game coming up tomorrow to guarantee qualification to the next stage of the ongoing World Cup in North America. He was speaking during a meeting with top government officials and Ghanaian businessman, philanthropist and sponsor Ibrahim Mahama in the United States, where the team reaffirmed its determination to finish the group stage strongly.
We've shown that we're capable of performing at the highest level and made you guys proud, but it's not finished. This is just a starter. So we'll do our best to go as far as we can, but we'll take it game by game, Croatia next, and we'll try to get a convincing win, and we'll take it from there.
And you heard the Black Stars captain Jordan Ayew ending the news at 6 here with me, Fred Smith. We have more when you visit myjoyonline.com. Up next will be business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go.
This party can do without Canada Japan. We don't even understand what is so special about Canada Japan. The neck don't want to tell the truth. The same this neck kick Kobina and Afoko. Why they cannot kick Kennedy? He have to go. Because he have to go. He have to go. He have to go. So he have to go and leave this party because what he's saying is killing this party. We have to wake up and protect this party.
What does he say that is killing the party?
He's killing the party because he's telling false. He's selling false. He's saying that at very levels and all what manner he's been saying. He went on air and said that he is going to kill this party. He's even not going to follow the party again. So what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Somebody who came out and tell the people that he's not free to follow you again. So why are we going to maintain him?
When you say Ken must go, what exactly are you expecting?
We don't need him. He have to go. We are sick and fed up with him.
Yes. He's a betrayer.
He's selling a lot.
This is the financier of the party, you are aware.
Why? How many? He should give us the check. He give the party. How much did he give the party? He should come and tell us, and we will also bring the contract the party has given it to him. He and his wife.
Yes.
There were been committee chairmen. So he was there. He was doing everything. The contract they give it to him is far plenty. So what else? What else did he want? Please, we don't need him in the party anymore. Yes. The leaders will do the necessary thing and protect this party. For us, what will happen will happen. Yes. Nobody will go out here until they take the direction.
What can cast anybody here? Yes, yes, you take it. You must go. You must go. You must go. You must go. You will go and leave the party. You must go.
Kennedy Japan.
Oh yes. We had petitions from some individuals, party people, and then also even some members of parliament. So constitutionally and procedurally, National Executive Committee and National Council referred the matter to the Discipline Committee, which is chaired by Honorable Amoah, former Roads Minister. And we have also given them timelines. We've said 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, they must present their report to the National Executive Committee through the General Secretary. So we are waiting for their work. We have referred all the petitions to them. We have given them 2 weeks to report back to National Executive Committee and National Council.
I mean, I'm wondering, that means that for NEC and the National Council, you must find at least some level of merit to not throw it away and refer it to this merit committee, right?
I mean, once they are petitions, what is important is that you have to refer whatever the merits are. So refer the matter to the discipline committee. The most important thing is that the report from the discipline committee will be a subject matter for NEC and the National Council to consider afterwards. And that is where we can really speak to it. So, as it stands now, the position is that we are referred all petitions received regarding Honorable Kennedy Japan's comments to the National Discipline Committee, and we have given them 2 weeks because we wanted to really make sure that in 2 weeks we deal with this matter. So in 2 weeks, National Executive Committee will receive the report, and then we will again convene a meeting for us to discuss these matters.
How many petitions are we talking about, and from where?
I mentioned that some individuals, some party people, and then also some members of parliament as well. Yes.
But how many are we talking about? Do you know how many petitions?
No, not at all. We were just told that there have been some petitions, and from some party persons, and then also some members of parliament.
You're also voting on some level of elections next month. What was the discussion around it, and then also what are expectations of that particular elections?
Yes, we received report from the regions. This is the constituency elections. We have open nominations. In fact, some are even going through their vetting processes. We anticipate very smooth, very clean exercise. We have already formed an elections committee headed by some national, representatives, and so far I think that it's been very good. It's been very clean, and we are expecting smooth elections, just as we have experience with the presidential primaries and then the polling station elections. Although we've been having some pockets of incident here and there, but largely we can say that it's been very fruitful, and we anticipate that these elections will go through next month in July.
Let me tell you, your story matters. And Total Energies Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akwafu.
Kojo.
International Akwafu.
What's this man taking this morning?
It is not Kusiani.
I hope it's not what we're talking about before we came on the air.
You see, yesterday when we spoke about drug use in a second cycle and tertiary institutions, it got me thinking. Where did we get it wrong?
Oh, God.
Kojo believes that it's parenting. He's right.
Firmly.
But I also say, it's the society.
Or both.
Well, so, because you see, Darrell, when you went to secondary school, if anybody was into weed smoking or that smoking of cannabis, that person wouldn't be bored. I mean, you in those days, you had to hide to do that. In those days, even if you were smoking cigarettes, you couldn't do it openly. Today, people sell cannabis-infused drinks, chocolates, cakes. They sell Kusiani Meku.
Really?
It's in the pepper.
Oh boy.
Oh yes. It's
Have you ever eaten Kusiani Meku and started speaking patois before?
Oh, you will not speak patois, but what would happen? And you see, you've seen, reels and all of that, which will show you of even animals taking hemp and then behaving in fun, and people will laugh. What we have done over the period is to normalize it, is to say, oh, it's okay, you can do that. And the moment it's okay to do something, people will do it.
Churchill, let me tell you why I believe that it's ultimately and firmly the fault of parents. You see, it's true that society changes. It has changed a lot. And that's one thing that will never stop. Society will continuously evolve. I mean, the society we had in the 1900s, it's not the same as what we had in the 1940s. Not the same as 1960s, 1970s, 1990s. It keeps evolving. As a parent, your one job is to make sure that whatever society you bring your child into, he will be a credit to it. So it's your job to figure out your child and figure out how to motivate this child to be productive in whatever society you have produced him into. So no matter what society becomes, as a parent, you are supposed to be the barometer to ensure that your child turns out right. We hand our children over to others, to the schools, to the churches, and all of that to help us out. That's all they can do. They can only help. The raw material will come from you.
Well,
Whatever is in that child, it came from whom?
Can they keep their eyes everywhere? I'm just wondering.
Well, you have to. It's your job.
Human beings are influenced by nature and environment. Nature and environment. And I like the bit about help out. The help has failed. And that's the problem. Look, folks, tell us what your own thoughts are. We'll get back into this conversation here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Use the WhatsApp number 05511119997. You can also join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS. But of course, this morning we're going to be at the Kaneshi market. We'll be finding out what the sanitation situation is. Yesterday, the PR of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly promised he was going to deal with it. Has he dealt with it? We would get those details for you here on the Super Morning Show. But of course, as part of our traffic watch, tell us where you are this morning. What's the traffic situation? Use the hashtag traffic watch. When it comes to sanitation, my filth report, and as always, we'll share it with the authorities. Okay, which means we can get into the trumpet this morning. Who gets the trumpet now?
Well, the Black Stars know. Tomorrow we'll not be here to trumpet them, right? When they play. We should do one ahead.
Yeah, they're playing. That's why I'm in my jersey. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like maybe we should single out the coach.
The coach?
Carlos Queiroz.
Yeah. I think he really demonstrated some
haram
serious
football.
acumen in the last game. We are hoping he has done his homework with Croatia and has a game plan that is going to have us all smiling.
When haram football meets haram football.
Everybody will be in their half, the ball will be in the center.
And nobody plays. Anyway, so to Carlos Queiroz and the Black Stars, we say,
Trumpets!
Thanks for joining us. Time for the Joy Business Report. Coming up, Public Utilities Regulatory Commission rules out reversal of tariff hikes from the 1st of July. Also coming up, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etiani urges caution in the sale of Standard Chartered's wealth and retail bank business in Ghana. Also later in the Business Journal, we highlight the persistent challenges small and medium enterprises face in accessing credit as SME Day is marked tomorrow. Details coming up. My name is Darryl Kwal. Thanks for being with us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KTU Radio. The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission has ruled out any move to reverse its announcement of tariff hikes set for the 1st of July. This follows push from some business associations for the proposed increase in electricity and water tariffs to be suspended, but the PRC insists the adjustments are needed to ensure continued supply of power and water and save the utility companies from financial challenges. Dr. Shafiq Suleiman is Executive Secretary of the Commission. He spoke on PM Express Business Edition.
We have the ENI, that's the Sankofa gas, which we are paying about 70 million. And this is coming from finance, $70 million every month to ENI, plus N-gas, almost $12 million a month. In addition to that, that's about 20 million. If you add it to the 70 million, you are hitting almost 90 million. You are looking at making provisions for light crude oil every quarter, which is about $45 million. Then, in addition to that, we are also buying what we call HFO. As at that point, you need to keep the lights on, and it's cost. It's cost. That cost must be catered for, right? So, and that cost has previously been handled by finance, and some of them is getting way. On that note, every year, the fuel bits, the fuel cost to Ghana is about $1.1 billion.
You heard the Executive Secretary of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, Dr. Shafiq Suleiman. Now, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etiani has urged caution in the planned sale of Standard Chartered Bank's wealth and retail banking business, warning that the process must be carefully managed to avoid disruptions to customers, businesses, and the broader banking sector. His comments follow an announcement by Standard Chartered that it is exploring the sale of the business as part of a broader portfolio review aimed at sharpening its focus on areas where it has the strongest competitive advantage. Speaking to Joy Business, Dr. Etiani said regulators and stakeholders must ensure a smooth transition to safeguard confidence in the financial sector.
You're just right. It needs to be handled tactfully and carefully, because we are talking about one of the banks that has been ahead in our even trade finance and institutional financing. So It goes to be tackled tactfully, so that we don't put businesses at jeopardy. And I believe Bank of Ghana would have the skill and the competencies and the ability to handle it so that it doesn't affect the banking sector in Ghana.
Banking consultant Dr. Richmond Itiaine. Now, the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana says strengthening corporate governance, advancing AI-driven banking education, and investing in human capital will be key to building a resilient financial sector. Speaking at the Institute's annual general meeting and elections, Chief Executive Robert Jatto said the new council will accelerate efforts to promote ethics, professionalism, and strong policy leadership across the banking industry.
We have a very strong corporate governance faculty, and that's something that will continue to deliver in addition to all the other programs, technical leadership, digital programs that we have. And for me, having a new council brings new energy, new vision, or acceleration of even the existing vision and initiatives of the Institute. So that will continue to be a priority for us in terms of what we deliver for the industry from research influence and policy influence perspective, but also from human capital development perspective for the banking sector and the economy as a whole.
You heard Robert Jatto, who is Chief Executive, Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana. You are listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, ahead of SME Day, established by the United Nations General Assembly to raise awareness on the contribution of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to sustainable development and the global economy, Joy Business is highlighting the persistent challenges businesses face in securing funding needed to grow and expand their operations. Helena Kai Aye has more in today's Business Journal.
In Ghana, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises form the backbone of the economy, creating jobs and driving growth. But behind many thriving businesses lies a difficult journey marked by one persistent challenge: access to finance. For many entrepreneurs like Samuel Kodovia, Chief Executive of Empire Studios, promising ideas often collide with high interest rates, strict collateral demands, and limited access to credit, forcing some businesses to shut their doors before they have the chance to grow.
I tried accessing a facility from the bank that I saved from. I needed to get someone who is a public servant to use his or her payslip to enable me access the facility. I wasn't able to get anybody that could assist me with that, so I have to let go. Because of that, it really affected me. Still have to be crawling at the level that I am, because I wanted to put my brand to a certain level.
Yet, others like Harrison Mati, an entrepreneur and development consultant, have endured the storm. Through sacrifice, reinvestment, and collaborations, he has transformed challenges into opportunities, proving that determination can keep a dream alive even when funding remains out of reach.
You are better off being a part owner of a 10 billion business than 100% owner of a 1 million business. So if you can bring other people involved, get friends involved, get other people who want to put money into somewhere that will work for them involved, you can always expand. But sometimes we as business owners also want to hold on to what we have. That way the banks become the only place that you go, because they will give you credit, you want to pay. But if you are open to getting other people to be a part of your business, you could raise capital. And I'm not saying it's easy. There are several options to raising capital, and the banks are not the only way to do so.
Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs, Sheriff Gali, says improving access to affordable financing is key to helping MSMEs move beyond survival and unlock their full potential.
Most of them operate below their potential for one reason. The reason is that they cannot access capital at cost they can afford. Affordable financing is not just a support service, it is the foundation. Fix the cost of capital and you unlock growth, jobs, and tax revenue across the entire economy. Affordable financing has to be the priority. Everything else follows from it.
Head of Finance and Accounts at Merban Capital, Nelson Kojo Kwagwaji, believes that while resilience has carried many businesses thus far, sustainable growth will depend on better access to capital and improved market opportunities.
The average lending rate in Ghana still hovers around 19%, and that is on the higher side. Businesses are not confident enough to go and borrow money from the banks at such high rates. Requirements in terms of collateral also impact negatively on the capacity and the ability of SMEs to go to the financial institutions to borrow. Without these funds, their existence may be threatened since personal resources may not be sufficient enough to help in sustaining these businesses going into the future.
For every business that has fallen along the way, there's another still standing. Not because the journey was easy, but because the dream proved stronger than the obstacles. As Ghana looks to build a more inclusive and resilient economy, the fortunes of its MSMEs may well determine the fortunes of the nation itself. For today's Business Journal, I am Helen Nakai Ayi.
To make them true.
Big dreams. Shout outs to all our SMEs ahead of SME Day tomorrow. Thank you, Helen, for that report. Before we go, a look at the markets. Crude oil dropped marginally to $74 a barrel. Gold also lost $17. It's trading this morning at $4,000 an ounce. Cocoa added more than $200, selling at $5,247 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar going for 11 cedis, 50 pesos. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. The euro is going for 13 cedis, 11 pesos. A British pound, 15 cedis, 15 pesos. A forex bureau is quoting the dollar at 12 cedis, 20 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team. Don't go anywhere.
Good, Darryl. Thank you very much. Cocoa is now selling at 5,000. Let's check. Let's see. Yeah, cocoa is at what? $5,000 a ton. 5,247. Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, indeed. That's interesting. All right, let's go for our inspirational song for today. And Jojo says we do one from Edwin Datson, More Than a Conqueror. That's our inspirational song. Let's enjoy.
I believe you have entered into your season of victory. You're moving from victory to victory. Come on, give the Lord a victorious shout of praise. Hallelujah. You're moving higher and higher. Come on, give the Lord a shout of praise. We're going higher. We're going higher. Higher, higher. Yes. I am more than a conqueror through Christ, my Lord. I am more than a conqueror through Christ, my Lord. I am more than a conqueror through Christ, my Lord. Yeah. My Lord. I am more than a conqueror through Christ, my Lord. Come on, sing. We are more than conquerors through Christ, my Lord. I am more than a conqueror through Christ, my Lord. I've got a victory. Give the Lord a dance. I have a victory. I have a victory. Yeah. Victory. I have the victory. I've got a victory.
More Than a Conqueror, that's our inspirational song for today here on the Super Morning Show. And George Raffis joined us. Good morning, George.
Hi, good morning. And how you doing?
As you can see, God is still taking good care of his children.
Definitely.
El Giorgio.
Without that, and today is actually Friday too,
Yes, and on Friday, could you making?
I was just gonna say before we came on air, George was on his phone, reorganizing the banking sector. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not even exaggerating.
You're on your own. George
having
says
some high-level conversation about
you're on your own.
Online.
George says you're on your own.
Brother George.
You're on your own. Let's get into
shadow governor.
Let's get into our Drive Safe campaign. It's brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, supported by Toyota Superior Quality and Imperial General Assurance Solid Protection. So the tip on Friday. Whatever you do, you need a Kojo Yankson. Because if you have decided that Fridays are the days that you go out to party with friends and you're taking alcohol, please don't deceive yourself that you drive best when you've taken in alcohol. It's a lie. Okay?
Drive best.
There are those who say, me when I drink something small, me a steady part. It's a lie. It's a lie. Don't deceive yourself.
You can drink a lot, but that should be water.
Yes. That's right. If you take in alcohol.
If
If you take in alcohol, please. And because we're talking about, I am told that these days, and I think it was Wanda Madilo that sent me a message last week, that these days, people don't actually drink alcohol. They take cannabis-infused drinks and those things. What we're talking about.
Oh!
Yes, that's what they do.
So
they take the infused sobolo and all those things. They have all the fruits, whatever. And then
it's the Kusiani Meku that I can get.
Was it you that you're interviewing that entrepreneur, the agri entrepreneur, who said that now most of the beverage firms are now coming for the ginger?
Yes,
so it's not only about domestic use, but also for
and now
the alcoholic.
They've taken over the, in the past you do a punch that had some, cannabis or whatever in it. But today, it's in basically everything. If you go to a party, and they will tell you, and
I mean, you're even lucky if you're told about it.
Indeed, you might.
Sometimes the boys will say, "Oh, you have to know that when we are doing these things."
Well, but fortunately for me, whenever I've been to parties, people will tell you that, "Hey, don't go here."
Oh,
you're lucky. I was at a party at the Azuma Nelson Stadium, and then the guys told me. The moment I entered, they told me, "I beg you, don't drink anything here. See all the things you're seeing." Don't taste any of them. Those who didn't know, and Kojo, can you believe there was a milkshake, that kind of, and the guy
shaking, was it from?
One guy took, he drank and drank. Not long after I said he needed a prophet to pray for him. Oh, the guy was
not any other kind of clergyman.
Milk
prophet,
itself, I mean, if you are somebody like Kojo who is lactose free, it will come with his own problems. Plus infusing it with
let's get into
George has diagnosed me lactose free.
Now a near miss. Now time for our fuel tip. A near miss is a warning, not a success story. If something almost went wrong today, report it and learn from it before it happens again. Prevention starts with honesty. COMAC supports a proactive safety culture, which means we can learn how to say it right now. It's brought to us by Kingdom Boost. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
It's Friday. Time to switch gear from work to relaxation. Now, please note, I said gear, not gear. So often we hear people say gearbox or working gear, so on. But the word is gear, not gear. G-E-A-R, gear. A machine part with interlocking teeth that is used to adjust speed or force. Gear is also used to describe the specific equipment or clothing used to perform a task. Jeer, on the other hand, means to laugh at or mock someone with insulting remarks. Think of it as the opposite of cheer. As you can see, jeer bears no relation to the word gear, and so there's no reason why the two words should be confused for one another. Not if you're saying it right.
Okay, so now you know how to say it right. Go ahead and say it right. And, Kojo, years ago, Professor Yankson, not Kobna Yankson, Ofiedu Yankson.
The other professor.
The other Yankson, yeah. He was telling us that, you see, the Gia and Gia is mother tongue influence, particularly from the Akan areas.
Yes.
That sound is a Jai, Jim, J. So, and he sees, you don't normally hear G, E. So
Mom.
So it's and until I learned that, I also said Gia.
It's true. In Akan we hear G wo, Angwa, Ugwan, but we don't hear It's true.
Yeah, and we say that difference is difficulty in contrastive analysis. But if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. Come through and enjoy unbeatable deals on all your stationery needs, from notebooks, pens, and printers to school and office supplies. Whether you're a student, teacher, or business owner, they've got something to keep you organized and productive. They have big discounts up to 70%. So bring your family, tell a friend, and don't miss out on these amazing offers at the Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Visit Kingdom Books office at Osu, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Shop smart, save big. For inquiries, contact Kingdom Books and stationery on 0501 401050 or 0244 311 955. But if you've always wanted money to do something, I've got good news for you. Because SG Ghana is giving you the chance now. It's now your turn. With lower, more competitive rates, achieving your dream is possible. Okay, so if you want to buy your dream home, if you want to buy an electric vehicle, Charlie, which will help you to reduce your transport cost, oh boy, just walk to the nearest SG Ghana branch. There's one here. Okay, so for those of us here at the multimedia group,
next door,
we could just get in there. There's still time from now to July 2026. Apply and enjoy big loans at small rates and fast, hassle-free process that helps you to get moving sooner. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you or call 0302-214-314 for more details about the SG Ghana Mega Loans promo today. T's and C's apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Right, it's time for the news review this morning. As always, it's brought to you by Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough, Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, Happy Smile, and Star Oil, quality and affordable fuels for all.
All right, George, let's get into the papers.
Let's start with the news center, and the lead story: Judge jails Larry Dogbe dispute service notice, as in the issues about service of a notice that he had not received and contempt. To be getting into details of that one, Catherine Engman, the renowned boardroom builder and also gold board, raises gold uptake to 30% from 20% agreement with large-scale miners. American demolition victims seek Mohammed's intervention. Tema fish blame low catch on climate change and illegal fishing. The league guide has said Sedinam was not in prison for 15 days, so says the NPP. Wuntumi's lawyer urges court to defer judgment, and no change actually in Apostle Kojo Safo's funeral date, so says the family. Gold Board Mines Chamber signed a 30% large-scale gold purchase deal. These are the stories making the headlines on the News Center and the Daily Guide.
The Daily Graphic for this morning: government mines seal historic gold pact, 30% large-scale production goes to Gold Board. First national disaster risk strategy underway, and bill to end witchcraft accusations under consideration. Local government minister. Back page.
Didn't we do this some years ago?
Yeah. Back page, we're beating Croatia for top spot, Sibo assures.
Amen, amen, amen.
Amen, amen, amen. Amen, amen. It means that...
This is Kofi Kenyatta now, I said,
but we must beat them and beat them like we say in Ghana, handsomely.
But now with this new FIFA rule, I mean, just a win is okay for us. You have 4 points now.
No, we will qualify, but you see, my brother, it depends on how you want to qualify. There's qualification and there's qualification. There's qualification and proper qualification.
In case England draws against Panama,
sometimes it's better to be top of group than second, because you look at your opponent and say, if I top the group, I meet this person. And if we top our group, we'll play in US, which means Partey can play.
But I also think that looking at the Black Stars, we see the best in them when they come up against a very tough opponent.
Well,
look at our play against Panama and look at our play against England.
Because haram football works best when the opposition attacks you.
Well, the thing is this, look, in fact, you mentioned that it's better for us to top, right? But top is better than second.
Yes.
But I'll tell you what else is better than second. Third.
Yes, in our case, yes.
In our case, yes. If we come third in the group, we stay in the US. And it's not just for the fact that Partey will play, okay, but it's also for the fact that the opponent we will have will actually be better.
The opponent bit, that will be decided after the last round of matches, because Portugal then plays Colombia. If Portugal beats Colombia, Portugal becomes the
one that you face in Canada.
That you face in US if you're third.
Right.
If Colombia draws against Portugal or beats Portugal, then would meet, Colombia. But for me, I want Partey to play. I mean, the way he marshaled the midfield the last time. That a Ghanaian publisher, minority questions tariff hike, and Gold Board signs historic deal to buy 30% of Ghana's gold output. Amrahia demolition victims seek Mohammed's help, and Kantanka feud. Family seeks Akofena's rearrest. When I see these things, you see, when your father dies and the family is fighting over all these things, one of these days we'll have a conversation about succession.
Yeah.
We need to do that. Anyway, let's go online. The online news review.
It's brought to us this and every morning by Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
And Zenith Bank says, stay alert. Shine your eye when someone calls claiming to be from Zenith Bank. Fraudsters can sound professional, confident, and convincing. They may ask you to confirm your account details to help resolve a supposed problem or secure your account. Remember, Zenith Bank will never, ask for your PIN, password, OTP over the phone, email, or any channel. Right? If a caller asks for this information, do not share it. End the call immediately and contact Zenith Direct on 0542 00011 or 0302 680884. Shine your eye, spot the fraud, stop the fraud. A message from Zenith Bank in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks.
On my journal line, if you want to read the full judgment that sent Herald's editor Larry Dugbe to prison for 7 days. Also, chaos erupted at the MPP NEC meeting at security clash with the Ken Must Go protesters. You want to get details of that one. MPP also refers petition against Kennedy Japan to disciplinary committee. Also, Sedenam Tamaklo was not in prison custody until June 24. So says the minority. These are some of the top stories on My Joy Online.
Okay, and citynewsroom.com this morning, AG opposes Wontimi's appeal to defer July 3 judgment. And World Cup, Ibrahim Mahama hails Black Stars, promises cash reward. He visited the team.
Said more for the boys.
Yes.
That's why he didn't go to Parliament. He said
he says that as for him, he doesn't need to go to Parliament. If he makes a promise, he just give them.
Initially, he promised about $2.something million, and he said he's going to top up again.
Yeah. So, big thank you to Ibrahim Mahama for promising the boys more. It means that the boys can look up to something.
More cash. Now, cash is not a problem, So you go to the field and deliver.
Blackwa says, I have no doubt Black Stars can reach World Cup final.
That's right.
Final, Lizzie.
That's right. That's right.
When Erling Haaland was asked, would Norway win? I said, please stop that. It's not going to happen. NPP disciplinary committee given 2 weeks to probe Kennedy Japan petitions, and prophetess arrested for allegedly assaulting and locking up 16-year-old. 5 ways Ghana can turn vehicle assembly into a full manufacturing industry. Yes.
They are raising some serious concerns, the local assembling firms. We gave them some tax waivers to go into this. It appears that the VAT is now back. So that VAT is now back on these vehicles that are assembled here. And that was used as one of the tools to encourage them to come in here and assemble these vehicles locally. It appears we've gone back on that initial arrangement.
Look, we need to do everything possible to ensure that we're able to manufacture vehicles. And I'll tell you one thing, George and Kojo. The day I went to one of these assembly plants, saw the production of a vehicle. I shared my experience here, and I said I wanted to buy one of those vehicles, sit down, watch it assembled, and I drive it home. But it's also affordable. Okay? So we need to remove all the nuisance taxes on.
Because initially they were not paying that, but it appears that
we need to remove all
from the beginning of this year, that tax has been placed back on these vehicles.
Let's get into the details of the newspapers then, George.
Okay, so we'll have the Daily Guide. There's a bit about Gold Board, Mines Chamber signed 30% large-scale gold purchase deal. Now, government has signed a new agreement with the Ghana Chamber of Mines requiring the large-scale mining companies to sell 30% of their gold output to the Ghana Gold Board, effective July 1, 2023. The deal was reached under a joint direction of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Lands, the Minister of Natural Resources, and replaces the 2022 arrangement between the Bank of Ghana and the Chamber of Mines. And I think that this is indeed a good thing as well, looking at the fact that we want to build our reserves, and also go a long way to help with the stability of our local currency. Maybe going for a look up to maybe about 50% of what they are producing locally here and then selling it to government to help build our reserves as a country. You go to other countries as well, they have a large gold reserves, and it's gone a long way to help in stabilizing their local currency outside. I think that it's indeed an interesting deal that the Chamber of Mines have reached with government on the sale.
Do we miss the days when government used to own gold mines?
Well, the experiences in the past have shown that when government itself is owning these mines, what happened?
They are mismanaged.
The problem with SOEs and
government has no business. Government has no business managing gold mines. Government has every business to ensure that Ghanaians manage, private Ghanaian entities manage gold mines. But as for the states, Ghana, appointing somebody to go and sit there, government has no business doing that. Because what will happen, that even gold, we will sell gold and make losses in this country. But the moment we hand it over to the state, because whoever gets there sees it as a reward for a job done years ago. That's our problem with the SOEs. Now it is changing, but as it stands, I still believe that government has no business managing, gold mines. Ghanaians, private Ghanaian entities, should be giving the chance.
The state used to manage it, the diamond, this and that. I've forgotten the name of that.
The Great Consolidated Diamond Mine. I've told you that the state, everything the state touches turns into dust.
But it's the same human beings, so.
Yes, no. See, it's the same human beings.
Same human beings who are doing it.
But it is.
So why is it when it comes to when it is under the covering of government?
Okay.
Things are different.
It is the supervision, monitoring, transparency, most importantly, accountability. Look, if I'm working for Kojo Yankson, he would make sure I do the right things. Okay. Now, if
KPIs every day,
if Kojo Yankson becomes CEO of a government entity, and he's trying to make sure I do the right thing, maybe Kojo Yankson got that position because he's constituency organizer or chairman or regional chairman
or financier.
But I probably would be, a foot soldier who did a lot of dirty work in the past. When he tries to correct me, I will go back and tell the appointing powers, this guy is engaged in anti-party activities. We're not getting enough.
Let's get him out.
And then what happens? So Kojo Yankson too, now if they put you there and you're also enjoying, you want to continue, so you keep quiet. Business as usual. But that's not what will happen in a private business.
Of course not.
You cannot do that. So as for state enterprises, people go in there as the usual thing, and by the end of the day, we're struggling. But let me get into this bit about the bill to end witchcraft accusations under consideration, local government minister. So the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs is considering the adoption of an anti-witchcraft bill aimed at ending the scourge of witchcraft accusations in Ghana. The Minister of Local Government, Ahmed Ibrahim, has told Parliament, he said a private member's bill on witchcraft accusations introduced by the Member of Parliament for Medina, Francis Xavier Susu, sought to criminalize witchcraft accusations, protect victims and punish perpetrators. He explained that while the bill had been tabled, it had not yet been passed into law, and collaboration with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection remains essential to safeguard vulnerable populations and ensure comprehensive protection mechanisms, including shelters for victims of witchcraft accusations, domestic violence, child trafficking, and child marriage.
The kinds of things that we pass on certificates of urgency, when you compare them to the kinds of things that can languish in the corridors of Parliament for decades, it's heartbreaking. Like something that is necessary for the vulnerable, for the safety of the vulnerable. That one, nobody cares. Nobody's going to push it. Nobody's going to chase it. Nobody's going to make sure that it's passed in the shortest possible time. But some loan to some
tax waivers,
light-skinned foreigner, that one will come immediately. Some tax waiver, that one will come immediately. It will immediately be passed. It's like with the last people we prioritize are our own. It's a pity.
Well, talking about support for women and one of government's flagship promise or project that they are looking for, it says the government has allocated more than 500 million Ghana cedis over the 2 budget cycles to establish the long-awaited Women's Bank project, with officials confirming that key preparatory work has already begun ahead of its rollout. So says the Deputy Minister of Finance, Thomas Nyako Ampem. It looks like this thing has been quite long. A lot of the women
I was answering questions in Parliament about it.
There are some who have also said that why don't you give this support to existing financial institutions who have already got these decks there and outlet there for supporting women, than to create a new commercial bank again specifically for financing projects championed by women.
Well, you guys said it, that when government manages things, they get managed badly. So why are we doing this? There are 30-something commercial banks in this country, right?
Yeah, 23 commercial banks.
23. Okay.
Yeah. But you see,
honestly,
I've said this before. We have no business setting up a women's development bank. Today, the banks have desk for women banking. Okay? What you do is to give them finance, give them money to actually fund these things, and tell them. I don't know why we always find it difficult to learn from others. The MasterCard Foundation, all they did was to get to Ghana, okay, and they give funds to banks, partner banks, and these banks actually would give the loans to qualifying businesses. If you qualify, you get the loan and you pay. It's simple. Today, Maslog is struggling. National Entrepreneurial and Innovation Program, NAPE, another problem. Why do we always create problems for ourselves? I don't understand it.
Kojo, what the better interests me, the acronyms and the names that they're able to develop for these projects.
And listen, there are low-hanging fruits and advantages for governments if only they would do what Winston is suggesting, right? Look, in order to qualify for these loans, your taxes must be up to date. Right? You must be a registered person with your taxes up to date that we can locate and identify. Right? Then you get the loan. Then we monitor your progress with it. Right? The private sector is lined up to do that anyway. They'll give you a relationship manager who'll be giving you advice on your investment. Right?
Yeah.
So by the end of it, first of all, you can't run away with the money. You will pay. And secondly, you actually end up with something tangible and realistic as a woman to show that, look, my bank did this for me thanks to funding from government, and I'm now a credit to society. I'm employing this number of people, blah blah blah. You can actually measure the results. But the number one thing is that government should first of all hand over the management of these funds to the private sector, but must make it a condition that in order for any citizen to qualify for it, they must be fully tax compliant.
And Kojo, there are several projects that government is actually working with these banks in terms of the funding. If it's about the control, government has significant interest in GCB. Government has significant interest in ADB. You can insist that, okay, our channel...
No, but you see,
I'm just saying that if it's a bit about even trying to influence the direction of these funds to the areas that you want, and even the groups you want to target, Winston. Yeah.
The point that Kojo makes, years ago when it was stated that you needed your tax identification, at some point even to register for your Momo and all of those things. The whole idea was that everybody should be known to tax authorities. That's very important. You see, when you're known to tax authorities, and that's how come we did the whole, your Ghana card should be your tax identification number. So that today, you are known to the GRA. Now, if you're going to take a loan as a business owner, that business should be a limited liability. And there should be evidence of your tax filings. Why do you come and say you want help when you are not contributing to the development of the state? You should show. Maybe when you go and file your tax returns and you didn't make profit, fine. But at least let GRA know that you exist. And once they know, they'll look for you the next time. It's time for the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. Glyco, we cushion you for life. And Oba Spaghetti is made for you. Call your people, call your crew. Come chop, everybody come chop Oba. Go stop. Oba, come chop, everybody chop.
Across large swathes of Europe and Asia, we'll chat about the major economic impact that's having.
Next, the interview. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up from the BBC World Service, The Interview. Conversations with the people shaping our world. With me, Katya Adler, the BBC's Europe editor. For this episode, I speak to former French Prime Minister Michel Barnier, who once served as the EU's chief negotiator when the UK voted to leave the bloc. He reflects on the UK's decision 1 decade on and how both European and international politics have changed dramatically since.
In Brussels at the European level, and we have changed a lot of things and we continue, but also to take into account what happens around us in Europe, Russia and Ukraine, and outside the world in the Middle East area. The world is more and more dangerous. The world is more and more unstable and fragile. And in facing this world, we need to be together.
Michel Barnier. Hear more on The Interview after the news.
BBC News with Danielle Yałowiecka. Venezuela's health minister says at least 235 people are now known to have died in Wednesday's powerful back-to-back earthquakes. Some who died are foreigners. A large number of people are still unaccounted for as rescue teams try to find survivors in the rubble of collapsed buildings. Our Latin America correspondent Will Grant reports.
The agonising wait continues for relatives of the missing following the 2 powerful earthquakes that struck Venezuela in the space of a minute. Some survivors have been found alive under the cement and twisted metal. Graciela Mora was pulled from the ruins of a building in the city of La Guaira. When the earthquake began, I clung so tightly to the doorframe that I broke my finger, she said. But the floors gave way and my friend was gone.
The US military says it's sending 2 naval vessels and aircraft, including transport planes, to help with relief efforts in the aftermath of the Venezuelan quakes. It's part of an international response that's seen rescue teams arrive from countries including the US, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Spain and Qatar. The US group Grey Bull Rescue is among the international teams flying into the country. Its chairman Brian Stern described the task ahead.
People are stuck, people are missing, people are hurt, people are buried in rubble. We have to find them and rescue them. Venezuela is not a good place to be. Lots of damaged infrastructure and power and water and lots of damage. So get them out, and get them to safety.
King Charles has become the first British monarch to publish his tax bill. He paid $17 million on his private income in the tax year to April last year. In total, Charles has paid some $40 million in tax since becoming king in 2022. His heir, Prince William, has also released his tax details. He paid $10 million in the last tax year. A former high-ranking official in Ukraine's security service has been convicted of treason and sentenced to life in prison for passing information to Russia. Ukraine's chief prosecutor said Colonel Dmytro Kozura, who was responsible for counter-terrorism activities, was paid by Moscow to pass on state secrets. These included information about the effects of missile strikes on Kyiv and the location of security service and military units. Hundreds of thousands of people in Japan have been ordered to evacuate their homes due to the risk of flooding and landslides as 2 tropical storms approach the country. More details from our correspondent in Tokyo, Kurumi Mori.
Heavy rain and strong winds are already hitting southern and western Japan. Forecasters warn that the 2 storms could cross and interact over the weekend to create a phenomenon known as the Fujiwara effect that would make the path of both storms even harder to predict. Hundreds of thousands of residents across Japan, including the Kyoto region, have been ordered to move as river levels continue to rise, increasing the risk of flooding and landslides.
World News from the BBC. Shares have fallen in trading in Asia at the end of a rollercoaster week amid concerns that a possible bubble in the tech sector could soon burst. South Korea's Kospi index fell more than 8%, having seen wild swings in recent days. Japan's Nikkei was down more than 4% following a sharp climb in recent weeks. A New York City housing board has voted to freeze rents for about 1 million regulated apartments for up to 2 years, delivering a key campaign promise of Mayor Zoran Mamdani. The decision by the Rent Guidelines Board was greeted with cheers and whistles from hundreds of people in Manhattan. Mr. Mamdani called it an historic victory for New York City tenants. Much of Europe is experiencing another day of soaring temperatures as the heat wave is moving eastwards. It has now reached Croatia, Germany, Luxembourg and Switzerland. Extreme heat alerts and public health measures are in place in many countries. In Britain, the Met Office has issued a red warning for extreme heat for a third consecutive day, covering London and the southeast of England. Researchers have used artificial intelligence and imaging technology to read a carbonised rolled-up papyrus scroll that was burned during the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. It's the first time such a scroll has been read in its entirety. Dating back about 2,000 years, the scroll is one of the oldest recovered from a library in Herculaneum, which was buried under ash, along with Pompeii in 79 AD. Klitsia Salah has this report.
Until now, scientists studying ancient texts recovered from the eruption had to choose between preserving the scrolls and opening them. This seems to no longer be the case. With the help of advanced imaging, sophisticated computer techniques and AI, researchers have been able to virtually unwrap the scroll. The text contains references to Stoic philosophy and discusses concepts ranging from ethics to art.
And that's the latest BBC News.
Challenge these days, new level crowd. Where did you pass?
Me, pass somewhere. I just switched for a better life. I switched for comfort. Look.
In September, we'll be having the national elections as well. All right, sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Every 3 years, the utility service providers is expected to have invested in new infrastructure.
Expected?
Yes.
But if they've not done anything.
No, so that's why you allow them to bring all their investment, all their assets within every 3 years. So you assess it. Your asset base is about, like for instance, ECG, 50 billion Ghana cedis. Maybe 3 years ago it was 40 billion. So the 40 billion in 3 years, the asset has appreciated, the asset has gained in value, there have been some new additions, improvement. So you bring it to the commission, we relook at the asset. If it is worth 50 billion, we use 50 billion as the foundation to then begin to add the quarterly adjustment to keep it at the 50 billion until the next 3 years. So it's the regulated asset base, and we do that for all the state entities. That's ECG, we do it for Gridco, we do it for the regulated entities, ECG, Gridco, then Ghana Gas, we do it for them, and then we look at how to carry them along so that they don't offer a service far below their investments.
And so, but help me out to appreciate what goes into these quarterly tariff review. That is it a inflation, what they call the FX,
exchange rates,
and cost of power generation.
The hydrothermal mix. Then we have the weighted average cost of gas. It's supposed to be weighted average cost of gas. It's more or less like the fuel inputs. So the fuel that we use to generate the power, we are using natural gas, because natural gas relative to LCO, that's liquid crude oil, and then or light crude oil, and then you are also looking at HFO, heavy fuel oils. Using them in place of natural gas, it's more expensive. So you are saying that from the beginning, let's use natural gas so that the consumer can benefit from it. But in reality, you know, and you and I know that aside the natural gas, we also rely on the light crude oil, and we also rely on HFO to ensure that we are able to keep the lights on. So aside the multi-year tariff review process, we also take the opportunity to relook at we call them rate setting guidelines. So from 2025, we reassess our rate setting guidelines and updated them to make sure that they are up to date and they are reflective of standardized rate setting guidelines in other jurisdictions. So the guidelines that we have total cost. Basically, more or less, we are looking at a total cost of an item, then we are looking at the build-up of the total cost. Here, we are looking at cost of generation, cost of transmission, and cost of distribution. And then there are some other levies that comes with it, regulatory levy, some taxes that comes with it. And then you have a markup, a factor that is a little bit difficult, so more or less a variable that you can hardly predict. So you have that also being added. It can be added or subtracted looking at the variations. So we've improved or we've updated the rate setting guidelines, and I'm sure they are also on our website. You can have access to them to see the new.
So now do I get from you that it's more of the forward-looking or still on past data?
Let me. So we kind of done the rate setting guidelines updates, and then we are using them at all times to ensure that we take care of the macroeconomic variables, and then the weighted average cost of gas, and then the hydrothermal mix. So it's the same. And we try as much as possible to not allow the consumer to get spike in tariff adjustment. I think that's also very important. We don't want a situation where at the end of the quarter, you are getting 10% tariff adjustment. That's not easy. You are getting 7% or 8% tariff adjustment. So you are trying to even it out and keep a fairly stable, fairly predictable, and fairly even tariff. That will not have an excessive impact on businesses, and will not also have it's also having political implications. So you are making it, you are trying your best to even it out, to make it in such a way that it will be not too much, and it will not also be at a point where you don't do it at all, so that it would burden the utility. And it's been a tough time from the beginning of last year, 2025, till date. And I think my position was one of the earliest. I think I got appointed in January, apparently because of the outstanding issues in the power sector and the priority we are all having in the energy sector. So His Excellency John Dramani Mahama saw the need, and then the other issues were also with structural reforms coming from the IMF program and the World Bank reforms. They saw the need, and they appointed me as the Executive Secretary for PURC. And I think so far we've done a couple of structural issues that I think are commendable and are transformational, and also adding to the reset agenda of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
I'll be coming to those fine details of those reforms, the status of those reforms as well. But also, Doc, help me appreciate something. I mean, if we talk about the PURC, and for the purposes of our viewers, to get some deeper understanding about what are you supposed to do, because often we hear PURC and we think that, oh, you have to protect the consumers, and therefore when we are not seen being forthright with that action, people feel that you are falling back on your mandate. Help us appreciate the 101 in terms of your prime focus when it comes to the public utilities regulatory, because often we only hear about you when there's supposed to be a tariff adjustment. And I'll come back to this, even whether of adjustment and review, whether I should always be going up. But I mean, just help me appreciate basically in terms of your workings and what you're supposed to be doing.
So the commission, the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, we are governed by an Act 538, Act 538, and I think we have an LI 2413, which are basically looking at putting the regulatory framework of the commission. If you read if you go back to the memorandum in Parliament that established the commission, it is quite clear and categorical that the commission is there to protect the interests of the Ghanaian consumer. But if you go deeper into the act, you realize that there are two-phase issues to the mandate of the commission: protect the consumer and as well protect the interests of the utility service providers and investors. So it's cutting across both the consumer, which in every industry, the consumer is always the king. So the priority is on the consumer, and then the utility service providers, and then investors that are interested in making their monies or funds available to the sector for us to use to build the infrastructure that the sector needs to sustain the interests of the consumers. We should. It depends. We should
inflation 3.4%.
No, so inflation.
CD has been fairly
inflation,
stable.
CD has not fairly.
Because we saw a spike last month.
Yes,
but it has normalized now.
The exchange rate we used was 11.19 for the last quarter, and the exchange rate we are using now is 11.22. So there's been an upscale.
That is marginal, though.
Yes, yes, but there's been an upscale. Aside that, we are having some structural issues with the generation part. The generation part, we are still not being able to absorb some of the cost. And that is outstanding. Whether you like it or yes, we must keep up with the cost of generation, the cost of making the power available. So, as I said, we are relying so much on natural gas. We have the ENI, that's the Sankofa gas, which we are paying about 70 million. And this is coming from finance, $70 million every month to ENI. We have the West African gas pipeline bringing gas with N gas, Nigerian gas. On average, we are paying West African gas pipeline about $8 million plus N gas almost $12 million a month. In addition to that, that's about 20 million. If you add it to the 70 million, you are hitting almost 90 million. You are looking at making provisions for light crude oil every quarter, which is about $45 million. Then, in addition to that, we are also buying what we call HFO. HFO and DFO. HFO is basically heavy fuel oils. DFO is basically distillate fuel oils. You buy them and make them available to some power plants that we call them they are not directly spinning reserves per our situation, but you can describe them as spinning reserves. They are quick to come in at periods where there's peak demand. So, and you must make these fuels available, especially the HFO. That will come in at periods where power demand is going so high, especially from 6 p.m. Like yesterday, Ghana played a match. So from the time the match was going on, every person in Ghana is watching. You can't afford to put the lights on. And it's an exceptional situation. The demand is very high at that point. First of all, if you put off lights, it's inconvenient.
But some will say that should not be seen as a luxury.
No, I'm just giving...
I get you, but I'm saying that when the provider tries to put that across as a luxury, it's a basic necessity that you're supposed to provide.
Yes, but I'm trying to put in issues into perspective. As at that point, you need to keep the lights on. And it's cost. It's cost. That cost must be catered for, right? So, and that cost has previously been handled by finance. And some of them is getting way. On that note, every year, the fuel bits, the fuel cost to Ghana is about $1.1 billion. So we are trying as much as possible. And the HFO, the period of buying it, you buy HFO. If you want to go through finance, you have to go through what we call commencement authorization. The period of the time you'll be getting it, you might have to off the light and then wait for it to be.
So I get from you that.
But then you realize that the IPPs, you need to sign contracts with them. I mean, usually, in most instances, you sign the contracts, but they shouldn't be long term. But because over time the government is not having the resources to build the thermal plants and then the capacity to manage them, and the fact that the IPPs need to go to the international market, most of them, Send Power, for instance, needs to go and raise huge capital from the international market to come and build their power plants. And there are multiple of them that needs to go and raise funding. And you are looking at billions. Typically, you are looking at a typical power plant, 400 megawatts, those days. I mean, about $1 billion. So you need to put together package structures, and one of it is getting a good contract. So we tend to sign long-term contract with them with guarantees that interesting terms like take or pay guarantees, more or less. That's actually the typical role of the government. You more or less serve as what we call an off-taker. You are the main off-taker to the power that is being generated. More or less the main market, the buyer of the product. So that you take off what we call forex risks, that's market risks. You take off most of the risks, market risks, that includes the credit risks. You also take off the exchange risks, and then you transfer the liability of technological risks. You also transfer, aside the market risks, you transfer majority of the other risks to the IPP so that they can manage, right? So when that happens, and you sign a long-term contract, it makes it easy for the IPPs to go and raise the funding and come in. But we've signed these contracts for 20 years, some for 25 years, and we've agreed on the price or the tariff. Most of the IPPs that we have these long-term contracts that we have to allow them to generate the power. into the system. And the intention is also that the government picks the power up, and then sell to the Ghanaian consumer, and then we pay them back. I mean, for a very long time, the payment has been a big problem. We have over 10 IPPs out there, and I mean, their payment is a big problem. Imagine that you've gone to take a loan to come and build a power plant in Ghana, and then it's difficult to even get any receipt to even service the loans and all that. There's pressure on that report from finance. The 1 cedi on the petroleum products that was passed. So that has been used, and I think there's a report to Parliament that have come across from finance and have gone through. So that money has accumulated. If you see, that's accumulated about 8 billion. So they've used that 8 billion to pay off most of the arrears. We've not paid all the arrears from the IPPs. Most of the arrears for the IPPs. We've also used some of it to pay to get back the risk guarantees on the Sankofa Jinyame gas production. And then we've also paid off the accumulated debt that was putting Ghana's credit rating at a very terrible outlook. So we've restored that World Bank risk guarantee with ENI. So it's now making Ghana look so good, and our credit rating has also taken shape. I think we've also used that amount to pay for the cost of the gas, the 70 million to the gas suppliers, to the to Jubilee, not to the TAIN, not to the Sankofa partners. Then we are also paying to the Jubilee partners gas supply, and we are also paying NGAS, and we are using all that, I think, for the accounts I've seen, to pay and sustain that part. And that's actually what is keeping the lights on.
And this has dropped the debt significantly, if I should have said.
Dropped the debt significantly. Now, that's what I'm saying. It's not a debt. So the government had to go and borrow to come and sustain the power sector. So let's say,
borrow when there was the ones that had generated more than
10
million.
So let me explain this for you to get. So every year, before our lights can be kept on consistently for 12 months, the Ministry of Finance must cough out money to ensure that we pay for the cost of all these fuels.
For a month or for every month?
So every month, on average, it's $92 million. As we speak, it's $92 million. So when you see your lights on for 30 days, what it means is that aside the tariff we are paying, the Ministry of Finance is also putting in $92 million to make the lights. Last year till date, we've stretched ECG. And that's what I'm saying, proactive nature of the commission and then collaboration. We've stretched ECG to the maximum. We've stretched them to the extent that they've taken up their revenue collection from somewhere around 800 million Ghana cedis a month to now 1.8. In fact, some months they do 2 billion.
1.8 billion
Ghana
or
cedis.
2 billion a month in terms of revenue collection from 800 previously.
From 800. That's a huge stretch. On average, we are trying to agree on some few parameters. On average, ECG's build energy, we are looking at about 2.2 billion. I mean, we are still looking at 2.4 billion. If you take the state entities, government entities, I've heard people talking about the bills from government entities, how much it costs. It's about, let's say, 300 million a month. But then ECG build energy, we are still ascertaining the facts. It's about 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. If they are able to collect 1.82 billion, it means there's still a shortfall of almost 2 billion, even though we are trying to ascertain the bill energy. But the bill energy is basically the bills they send out every month. 2.4 billion, fair enough. If they are collecting 1.8, from which they were collecting 900 million, you will see that there's a drastic improvement. There's a drastic improvement. So we've stretched ECG. Notwithstanding that, we still have major problems with losses, especially commercial losses. Commercial losses.
And who should pay for that?
Commercial losses. The commission has a 21.5% commercial loss rate benchmark
now
for
the
them.
consumers paying for that when you high tariffs like these.
So that's why we are saying that the reforms are gradual, or the processes are gradual. We've been able to get ECG to perform up to a very reasonable reasonable levels, a very good levels. There's still more that can be done from our perspective and from their perspective. And I know they are also working hard to ensure that they do more than expected.
And so, we can categorically state that until yesterday, the 24th of June, Madam Sedina Tamaklo was not in prison custody. And so from the 9th of June when she arrived to the 24th of June yesterday, she was not in prison custody. That is a matter of record. Again, she was only sent to prison custody, as I said, on the 24th of June, 15 clear days. And that was why the Minister for Interior could confidently come out yesterday. And so if you observe, following her return, the communication was by the Minister for Communication. And that had a lot of controversy. And that is why the media kept pressing. And yesterday, when she was admitted into prison custody, that was when the Minister for Interior came out. We can again confirm that she is in the female prison of a medium prison installation. But we are not going to put the name of the facility out. We are not going to put the name of the facility out for the following reasons. One, our intelligence is that she went in under protest because her assurance was that they were not going to have her go into prison custody and that they were going to work around the clock to have the decision overturned so that she will have her liberty. It is only because of the public pressure that the government has decided to deliver her into prison custody. Our intel is also that they have also assured her that whichever is earlier, be it the public pressure coming down or the decision of the court coming out, she will be made to go out. And so we do not want to put the name of the facility out just to prevent the situation where
old school boy.
Come back to
I was telling, who was asking? I think somebody asked, where's this man? I said, ever since he got involved in politics, in
the
Ghana,
music has become some way.
You see, in Ghana, when you sing for political parties or do a song that is used for a lot of things politically, people don't appreciate that you're just, doing business. They take you on and sometimes boycott you. At some point, in 2008, he did a song for the NDC. And then when the NDC won, he felt he didn't get anything. And he did the Nkratu. I don't know whether you remember that song, the one he did for our Tamils. Then after that, he, crossed carpet, went to the NPP. He and Akufo-Addo became very good friends, and that's it. I'm sure he's now decided not to do music that much. But that's, like he mentioned, that was what he did for, Atamels. This one, like he mentioned, let me look for the Nkratu song, if I can find it. That's what he did. I mean, Kojo, look for, like he mentions, Uncle Terry, Nkratu, if I come on your penny. Yeah, bro, he did a song like that.
Trust you to know it.
Oh, no. I mean, we are in the system. We're in the system. So,
oh, boy.
When those things happen, you certainly, will discuss it and everything. So, yeah, that's it, But anyway, this morning, we asked a question. We asked you who's responsible for what's happening in our schools or in our society today, when it comes to the young ones. Okay, Kojo, I found the song. Let me just, do this one quickly, and then we'll get back to it. Yeah, this is the one that I said he did. Listen.
So
Yeah, so there's the song. There's the song by Lucky Mensa. Yeah, you know, so that's the one I was talking about. Interesting. Now, this one says, "Good morning, Winston. I am feeling the music vibes. Friday night came very early. I guess in preparation for a Black Stars victory tomorrow."
That's right.
Nice one, guys. Prof, I don't have your permission, so I'll mention your name. But if you give me the permission, I'll mention your name. And so, you know, this one, somebody says, "You like Ekutianyum, like you for stay for Compound House."
They know your character.
But we all lived in compound houses at some point. In secondary school, it's a compound house, isn't it? Yeah, we're all in there, you know, secondary school. You are in a dormitory of sometimes 15, 16, 20 boys.
Is that where your love for Ekutianyum came from?
I do not think so. But Kojo, we asked a question this morning.
Indeed. We've been asking you to tell us what you think. Who is ultimately responsible for the decline in discipline among our youth? Okay, and we gave two options: parents or society. Amongst us here in the studio, Winston strongly believes that it's society, and I strongly believe that it's parents. But we wanted to know what you think. On Facebook, Boating Daniel says, "Who is society? It's parents and the media." Interesting angle there. Hope Na Made, I hope I've said your name right. She says parents 1, the state 2. Leonard Perez has a long message here. He says parents own the children. They can't sublet their core responsibilities to society or teachers. Parenthood is a 24-hour work, forgive me. Years back, teachers and society helped in shaping character of children. Today, you risk a lawsuit if you scold someone's child. Every parent is now 100% responsible for what their ward turns out to be. Prince Machiavelli says, "Our leaders and you, the media." Okay, all right. Great Scholar says, so are we trying to say that the older generation are more disciplined than the youth of today? In terms of what, actually? We have seen our older generation become our leaders. What shows that they are disciplined? Okay. Falu says, number 1 is parents. On X, we've been hearing from you at Nene_IP says woke society put pressure on parenting. At Bryson Taylors says, well, it should be a collective effort. That's parents, school authorities, and the government. Let me add one more. At Paul Kenny 1 says, spare the rod and spoil the child. Don't come argue with me because all our other methods have failed. Finally, Sir_Raffis says, God and parents. Sorry, not God. GES.
Okay.
And parents. GES and parents.
Could you let me say good morning to Hans Bex, who's a musician listening to us this morning. Good morning to you, Hans Bex. But I'll just make a point, brief one on this. Have you seen the scriptures of the African traditional religion before?
No, I haven't.
Okay. There's a course at the University of Cape Coast. There was in those days. I don't know if it's still being offered. It says African traditional in the life and thought of the African. Because we say the African traditional religion scriptures can be seen in the life and thought of the African. I would bring you a quote from Elizabeth Nottingham from 1958. She says, the more sophisticated a society becomes, the hold religion has on that society decreases. And I say, the life and thought of the African, which is the African traditional religion, because of sophistication, we become very sophisticated. The hold that religion had on us is decreased. And that is what we see today. It's a societal problem.
So you think it's because fewer people believe in Tigari and I'm just saying, right?
Okay, if you interpret it that way, you miss the point.
So what is the point?
What you miss is that society sets rules. Over time, when society relaxes the rules, people then would say, okay, we could go ahead and do things and do all the things that... And when I started this morning, I asked you a question about when we're all going to school. In those days, those who were into drugs, they couldn't boldly say it. Because at the time, society didn't accept it. But today, people are actually bold enough to sell it openly. So you're told that university programs, people sell it. Because today, we have accepted it. And that's why, the sociologist, the secularization theory says, nobody was born a criminal, but society makes one a criminal. Or society would train or play a role in what that person becomes. I say, society has relaxed its rules. And once society accepts a lot of these things, that is what you would have.
Churchill, I wonder, some will argue that, yes, indeed, society has changed. But is it that they've relaxed their rules or that they've changed their rules? Right? Because there are still rules. It's just that the rules have changed. Now, the one thing that remains constant is that parents are still responsible for their children. That hasn't changed. No matter how society has changed, that still remains a fact. That parents are typically the ones who are responsible for their children. So if that hasn't changed, then it means that no matter what new rules society may introduce, whether they are for the better or for the worse, it is still the job of a parent to ensure that a child being brought up in that society turns out right.
Not only the parent, if you ask me.
Well, for me, I think the ultimate responsibility lies with the parent. Everyone else is a helper. But the parent, that's your job.
You've just, answered, you just made my argument for me. The helper. And once there's a helper, then society, I say, because human beings are shaped by nature and the environment. And the environment, society.
Well, let's find out what you think about it. Do you think it's the parent's job or is it the helper's job? Let's find out. Who is it that is responsible for the decline in discipline among our youth these days?
Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp 055-111-997. And this morning also be getting to the Kaneshi market. We'll bring in your update on that. And as part of agribusiness conversation, Kojo, many of us who want to get into agriculture have always complained about access to funding, finance, okay? This morning, we're going to be breaking that jinx. So the Development Bank Ghana, DBG, are going to be joining us here on the Super Morning Show. So stay with us. We're going to be helping you understand the avenues by which you can have access to funding, so funding no longer becomes a problem. And so for all of us who are saying, I want to be involved in the agri value chain, but, funding issues, stay with us here on the Super Morning Show. We're going to be addressing all of that. But give your business the competitive edge it deserves at the Dawa Industrial Zone, a world-class industrial park spread over 2,000 acres of prime industrial land with modern infrastructure, strategic connectivity, and a thriving ecosystem of manufacturers, heavy industries, automotive industries, textile production, and more. Position your business for success in one of West Africa's fastest-growing industrial hubs. Call 0552-040000 today or visit diz-ghana.com. Our industrial zone where industry thrives. But Franco Trading is your leading mobile phone accessories and electronic retail outlet. Purchase items such as Nokia, Samsung, iPhones, smart TVs ranging from 32 inches to 100 inches, Franco air conditioners ranging from 1.5 HP to 2.5 HP, chest freezers and refrigerators, washing machines, microwave blender, generator, gas and electric stove, CCTV camera, and all other mobile phone brands and accessories from all their shops nationwide at up to 40% discounts on their digital platforms. Call them today on 0246 422338 or 0555 939311 or 0302 225651 or download the new Franco Trading app Franco on the Google Play Store or visit francotrading.com. Franco Trading, still phone papa fee. So from now till the end of October 2026, Bank of Africa is offering short-term loans at very slim rates here to salaried workers. We understand you have urgent needs to sort out, and that's why we give you that quick turnaround time. So whether it's school fees, prospectus, car maintenance, or that much-deserved family vacation, Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Visit the nearest branch or chat Fafa at boaghana.com to sign up. You may also WhatsApp 0244-338-226 for inquiries. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner. Your security starts with you. If you don't share it, they can't have it. Shine your eyes. This is a fraud alert by the Bank of Africa in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks. But we don't talk enough about how stressful it can be to figure out what nourishing breakfast to give your children every morning. That's why Milo All-in-One is such a great option. It has a creamy, delicious taste that kids can have enough of. Okay, but there's more to the Milo All-in-One than the rich, milky, chocolatey taste. There's so much goodness in every pack, okay? It's important nutrients combined with malt that supports energy release, cocoa for that rich taste, and milk for calcium to support them as they grow. So keep choosing Milo All-in-One, not just for that special taste, but also for the nourishing goodness. Milo, energy to go further. And welcome to the future of mobility in Ghana, because at Drive EVGH, we're not just selling electric cars, we're launching a movement. All electric, all style, zero fuel, zero noise. Cut your transport costs by up to 70%. That's right, no more oil changes, engine repairs, or long queues at gas stations. Drive now, pay later, no deposit, no excuses. Thanks to our amazing bank partners, you get instant approval, great interest rates, and super flexible terms. One that luxury electric vehicle is yours today. And when it's time to recharge, we've got you covered with the X-Charge EV, our blazing fast smart charging network, fully self-serve, app-enabled, and growing fast across Ghana. So whether you're a smart driver, a forward-thinking business, or someone chasing sustainability goals and SDG success, this is your moment. So are you ready to ride the revolution? Drive EVGH, Ghana's #1 electric car company. Visit their showroom at Burma Hill or on the Mahama Road. For inquiries, call 0596 513056 or 0554 136410. Drive EVGH, drive into a sustainable future. So let's talk water tanks, and I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is a champion of water tanks, a strong, durable, and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now, or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, strong, tough. So breakfast is already special, but with Nido, it just got even better. With the Nido 10 plus 1 promo on our 14 gram and 23 gram packs, you have 10 plus 1 more reasons to enjoy breakfast. Buy one strip of our promo packs and get 11 sachet instead, one sachet free. There's more smiles. That's more smiles at the table, more creamy goodness, fortified with iron, and more value for your family, because your breakfast deserves a little extra. Promo runs while stock lasts. T's and C's apply. Kojo, say after me, my salary deserves better.
My salary deserves better, amen.
So switch it to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy amazing benefits, lower interest rates, higher loan amounts, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. It's time to switch and smile wider with Fidelity Bank. To learn more, call them on 0800 00 3355 or visit fidelitybank.com.gh or connect with them on social media at Fidelity Bank GH. Fidelity Bank, believe with us. But if you're planning for a trip abroad, don't wait until you're stranded in a foreign country. Get covered with Glyco travel insurance before you fly. From medical emergencies, flight delays to lost luggage, Glyco has you covered every step of the way. Visit any Glyco Live branch or call 0555 305 547. Travel smart, travel protected. Glyco, we cushion you for life. Oh yeah. So you know what? With the rains that we've been experiencing lately, sometimes getting to bus stations can be stressful. Flooded roads, long queues, and the uncertainty of travel that can make an already difficult journey even harder. And that's why more travelers are choosing Oya Bus Ride, the app and that puts you in control of your intercity travel. With Oya Bus Ride, you can book your trip from your phone, choose your preferred seat, select your pickup location, track your journey, and even monitor driver behavior for added peace of mind. No station stress, no unnecessary hassle, just convenient travel designed around you. Our pilot route currently operates between Accra and Kumasi, and with the Oya app, you can choose the route that best works for you. Download the Oya Bus Ride app today on Google Play Store or the App Store and discover why your journey should begin on your phone. Oya Bus Ride, no giddy giddy. Oya, let's go. And I'm sure you've heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies. Well, let me tell you about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power. Total Energies introduces Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel, with its powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. So you drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality. Stay with us. We'll be right back with sports and birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show.
Come out and say that because of her security, they are moving her from the facility. We are keeping an eye on the situation and will continue to update the general public on this matter. But we can tell you that she is in prison custody now. She was admitted yesterday, and that she has been given assurances. Another assurance she has been given is that they are going to work around the clock to have the decision overturned. I am a lawyer, and I don't know how it is going to be done. Government is the only one that can say so, but this is the assurance they have given her. But we want to sound a word of caution to government. The Ghanaian people are watching us very closely as political class. I cannot say it. She alone and her abettors, the persons that are aiding and abetting her, are the persons that can say it. I cannot say it. But what is certain is that she was not in prison custody.
But Honorable, that's important. That would be the argument of government. If you say she wasn't in prison, you should be able to tell us where she was in the last 15 days. Your intel didn't disclose that.
What I can speak to are public records. I can't speak to private records, right? And so if government has contrary public record information, government should put it out. We are saying that she was not in prison custody. Until 24th of June, yesterday, Wednesday, she was not in prison custody. When a person is delivered into a prison facility, there are records. You don't go and then dump the person there. There are records, record trail. And we are saying that there was no such delivery. Again, let me say this. This is also a reminder. We are also conducting investigation into the circumstance of her appeal, because there are doubts of the timing of the appeal, and we are conducting investigations. The appeal records of the court, we are conducting investigations. We know that there are times when spaces are allowed for contingencies and miscellaneous situations, and we have records, and we are keeping an eye. We are keeping an eye. We want to make sure that we restore confidence into the political class. It cannot be that we are protecting corruption. We want to restore confidence in the Ghanaian public as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. And government should lead the way. So far, its record is abysmal. So by your intel, manner, we protect, or government protects their own when it comes to corruption and corruption-related cases. Ghanaians are tired. They can't have it anymore. We must be seen to be acting on corruption and not protecting our own. That has been the trend with this government. Since it assumed office, it filed nolle prosequi in cases in respect of cases which members of the NDC were standing trial. And now it is playing games with the conviction and the sentencing of Sedinam Tamaklo. Indeed, by preventing her from serving the prison term for the 15 days that she has been in Ghana, government has interfered with a lawful order of a court of competent jurisdiction, and that is contempt of court. And the government will only
Time now
do
for
that.
birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, BOA Pay from Bank of Africa offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call us or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details, as well as Franco Trading Enterprise Steel. Phone Papa Fee. Let's see whose birthday it is today.
Well, I'll tell you two people who are celebrating their birthdays today. Our very own Abla D'Souza.
Yes.
Yes, it's Abla's birthday today. But not just her. You might be hearing her at some point on the show today. Our very own Hannah Odame celebrates her birthday today. So
Okay.
happy birthday to her.
So let me do this one. And today is the birthday of Fentiu Tahiru Fentiu.
Oh, really?
Yes. But this is a birthday message. It says, today I celebrate my best friend and my greatest blessing, Fentiu Tahiru Fentiu.
That's right.
An incredible man, strong, kind, loving,
Oh.
and endlessly supportive. Through every joy, challenge, and ordinary moment, you have been my source of comfort, laughter, and strength. Thank you for your unwavering love, your patience, your sacrifices, and the countless ways you care for us. I am grateful for every memory we have created together and excited for all the adventures still ahead of us. Happy birthday, my own. I love you deeply.
Hey.
This one from his wife to Fentiu Tahiru.
Bro has sent Mumu.
Now, today is also the 60th birthday to my incredibly sweet husband, Prosper Anku Bena. One chapter closes, another more exciting one begins. No more putting our travel dreams on hold. Phase 2 is ours now, my love. I pray for long life and good health for you. May your 60s be your sweetest, most fruitful years yet. I love you deeply, today and always. Here's to us and all the adventures ahead. And this is from your wife, my senior Prosper Bena. And I like the bit that says, no more putting our travel dreams on hold. Hey, Charlie.
It's a promise and a warning.
Yes, now we cannot put it on hold. We have to go. Anyway, let's get into the Sports Center now. It's brought to us by
MTN.
Switch to MTNZ. SIM, download my MTN app to go seamless today. Standard Chartered Bank.
Here for good.
And DSTV, you know the biggest football tournament is here, and DSTV is giving you front row seats to all the action live as the FIFA World Cup 2026. And it's that time when everything can wait, even sleep can wait. Yes. DSTV, your home of entertainment and high sense everyday prices for everyday people. But you know, with the MTN at 30 promo, Kojo, every call, every text, every browse, every Momo transaction, every connection to home fiber, and every activity on the My MTN app earns you points towards amazing rewards, including 9 brand new Toyota Land Cruiser Prados, over 10 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes, and an unforgettable experience just for you. Because every move counts, dial *530# or use my MTN app to participate now, and let's stay connected everywhere you go. MTN at 30 promo, make every move count. T's and C's apply.
9 brand new Prados.
Yes. And you know, for 130 years, Standard Chartered has been more than a bank, where they've been a partner in progress, from helping establish Ghana's financial system to building businesses and connecting them to the world. From helping generations grow and protect their wealth to powering innovation and helping communities thrive. Today, we stand on 130 years of heritage to power your ambitions and unlock opportunities. 130 years of expertise to drive cross-border connections that move businesses forward, support your financial and wealth aspirations, and to sustainably impact communities. As always, we believe we can achieve more by partnering together. Standard Chartered, here for good. But Ghana, you know the World Cup spirit is here. So from Hacho to Kumasi, the rhythm of the game is calling. Yes, I like that. And Hisense is bringing the stadium heat right to your doorstep. As we root for our very own Black Stars on the world stage, Hisense is taking the experience to the next level with exclusive World Cup promos that you can simply miss. Mark your calendars, because from now to the 28th of June, it's just Sunday, every goal, every celebration will feel legendary. Whether you're screaming goal from your bedroom, the office, or the lounge, our televisions and sound systems are built to capture that authentic stadium atmosphere for every football lover in Ghana. Upgrade your viewing game with our massive range, from the sleek 32-inch smart TV to the mind-blowing 116 giant screens. Pair them with powerful Hisense sound systems so you can hear every chant and whistle like you're sitting in the stands. For more exciting news, Hisense has joined forces with MTN Ghana and DSTV to bring you special World Cup packages when you select Hisense models. It's total win-win for everyone. Visit any authorized Hisense showroom nationwide today and discover these exciting World Cup offers for yourself. Hisense everyday prices for everyday people. Call 0302 550000 or visit their website, hisense.com.gh. Achue.
Achukoliko.
Winston and Kojo, good morning.
Charlie morning.
Good morning.
But money is good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, money is good.
Money answereth all.
Oh, money answereth all.
Yes.
Yes. Yesterday, Ibrahim Mama gave us a taste of that. He said, as for the taxpayers' money, it has to go through Parliament.
Yes.
Me, my money.
No. It has to go through his board.
Direct. We'll tell you all about that.
Hydration break.
Charlie, and the high-powered meeting that officials held with the Ghana Football Association and, importantly, the Black Stars of Ghana before they left for Philly. This is the Joy Sports Center. My name is Victor Ajitamaklu. But let's head to the States and get the team's report from Daniel Cranton even before they left Boston for Philadelphia.
Ghana's Black Stars arrived in Philadelphia on Thursday ahead of their final group clash against Croatia on Saturday. The team trained on Thursday morning at their base in Rhode Island before setting off. All 26 players took part in the training session as Ghana bid to extend their unbeaten run at this year's competition. Carlos Queiroz' men, with 4 points from their opening 2 games, have 1 foot in the knockout rounds but could finish top of the group with victory over the Croats. Queiroz will address the press later today at the Philadelphia Stadium after the team holds its mandatory opening training session in preparation for the game. Reporting from Philadelphia for Joy Sports, my name is Daniel Cranton.
Yes, that was Daniel Cranton, who was with the team before they planned and put together that report. Before they left Boston for Philadelphia, they met a high-powered government delegation at the team hotel. The first to speak was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Samuel Okujutu Blackwell, who conveyed the President's appreciation and faith in the Black Stars cause for tomorrow's game against Croatia.
If England no sit up, then what's going to happen to Croatia? I know the Croatians are trembling, and we are going to really defeat them and go to the next round of 32. This is a team that many were not too sure about your capacity, but now the world is watching and everybody is saying that, look, you cannot rule out the Black Stars and you better give the Black Stars the respect that they deserve. So we are going to ride on that momentum and we are going to go very, very far. I believe that we can even get to the finals. I have no doubt.
That was the Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okujeto Blackwell. Well, businessman and philanthropist Ibrahim Mama was also in the team hotel, and he promised a handsome financial reward for the Black Stars for their exploits against England, and says there is even more on their way if they beat Croatia.
Listen, you've really impressed me very, very well. I was holding money back even when I pledged, and I told the minister that, look, I won't give you the money till I see any good performance, but now I want to rush home and give him all the money. You guys, I'm going to follow your journey, and I'm going to also make sure that I invest in you, because not you alone, the technical team, you've done very well. And let's find many more Ghanaians who have untold stories to see how we can. But once again, with the coach, I'm very, very proud because you came in at a shorter time. You've been able to put the boys together, and you wonderful performance. I was going to run away, but they've held me hostage, so I can't fly back home. So I'm going to stay and watch you. But I say I have a much better bonus for you than the taxpayers. Yes, so please, they have to go to Parliament. They say I don't have to go to Parliament. So please do us proud, and then you'll be rewarded. Thank you very much.
Ibrahim Mama's money does not need parliamentary approval before it is disbursed to the Black Stars of Ghana. And so we'll see. Hopefully those words are able to inspire the team to victory against Croatia. That game is live tomorrow on Joy 99.7 FM and on Hits FM as well from 9 p.m. And that's when that game will be played. Now, speaking of the team, one of the protagonists as far as Ghana's exploits is concerned is Dan Gaspar. He is the goalkeeper's trainer. He's been explaining the shift they had to put in and the strategy that ultimately stopped England in that matchday 2 encounter. He highlighted how the team put together 6 blocked shots in the game.
So happy that you mentioned that statistic because it's something that's neglected often.
and yet it's so important. A block shot is like a goalkeeper making a save. And when we get into crossing and finishing, we do that with defenders. And that's our attitude. No shots, no goals. It's a phrase that I'm constantly using behind the goal, and just making sure that they get their bodies in front of the ball, close down the space so that they block it. And we reward and we compliment our defenders in particular. In fact, I have Jerome, who's our central defender. That's his nickname, the blocker, because he does that in training. Those things don't happen in a match without training them. And that's what we do.
Yeah, that was Dan Gaspar there. He is goalkeeper's trainer and a member of the Black Stars technical staff speaking. The team will take on Croatia in Philadelphia tomorrow at 9 p.m. Ghanaian time. Well, speaking of Ghana's group opponents, England, they are top of the group with 4 points, but with a superior goal difference. They are racing against time over the fitness of midfielder Declan Rice, who hobbled off after the game. Yes, his teammate Eberechi is speaking about Rice's fitness, but also the possibility of him being suspended for the knockout stage if he picks up a yellow card in tomorrow's encounter versus Panama.
He's decking it. He plays football and he wants to play football. He wants to play every game, and he'll do whatever he can to help the team. And yeah, when you watch him play, I don't see him playing as if he's carrying anything. You see him enjoying himself and having fun. So I'm sure he's okay.
If he is fit to play against Panama, I think he's on a yellow card. If he gets another one in this game, then obviously risk of suspension. How important is it that he makes sure he reins it in for this particular game?
Yeah, Deck is a smart player and he knows what he's doing, so I'll leave him to do what he does.
Yeah, let's talk about some issues on the pitch and some actual results, because last night Côte d'Ivoire secured victory and qualification to the run of 32 for the first time in the country's history by beating Curaçao by 2-0. That result, or that win, rendered Ecuador's 2-1 win over Germany inconsequential because they now finish in second place on 6 points. Germany won the group with 6 points, followed by Ivory Coast on 6 points. Ecuador finished with 4 points, and Curaçao leave the tournament with just a point to their name. In the other groups, Japan drew 1-0 with Sweden, while Tunisia also lost to the Netherlands by 3-1. That victory means that the Netherlands will take on Morocco. We can quickly hear and get some reactions from the Dutch players, Ryan Gravenberch, before captain Virgil van Dijk.
Happy that we are through to the next round. What's important for us that we win this game and be top of the group. And now we will face Morocco, I think. So it will be a nice game.
They caused problems for all the teams they faced, also over the last years. And they are a fantastic team in my opinion, and it will be tough.
So yeah, some really interesting pairings for the run of 32. Brazil will take on Japan. Morocco will take on the Netherlands. And the USA will also take on Bosnia and Herzegovina, despite losing to Turkey by 3-2. Paraguay drew blank with Australia, and those two teams will have opportunities to qualify based on the outcome of the third place table. And the picture will become clearer as the days go by. Later tonight, we've got Norway taking on France. Senegal are also playing Iraq. Both games will kick off at exactly 7 p.m. tonight, and there'll be live commentary on Joy 99.7 FM. Our featured game will be Norway versus France for the battle for supremacy of Group I. So do well to join us for that game. Before we go, though, former Liverpool and Borussia Dortmund manager Jurgen Klopp has been speaking about the hydration break. While he says there is a medical justification for that, he does not understand the length of it and says, to quote him, you do not need 2.5 minutes to drink water.
It's really hot. It's good for the players. Is it good for the coaches? I would have loved it when all the good things start always when I'm not there anymore. Like goal line technology kicked in. I mean, when we lost the final already, but we would have needed it years ago. And now it's with hydration break. So I understand the discussion 100%. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit too much. Right now it's definitely too long, because for drinking you don't need 2.5 minutes or whatever. It's like, I mean, and that's the thing. And it's got used. When you're in the stadium, well, it's okay. So because you get a little bit of a show in Dallas about the cheerleader, which I enjoyed on the big screen, it's like completely fine. But I understand when you sit at home and then the commercial starts. But come in my age, it's a welcomed break to go to the toilet.
Jurgen Klopp, he's the head of football at the Red Bull Group. Belated happy birthday to Praise Bell Rosemont Labi. Sorry it's late, but the warmth isn't. Wishing you a year packed with good health, big wins, and so much joy. I mean, should I add the person who sent this message? Yes.
Angalanga.
No, please. You can't do my boss like that. It was delivered by Haruna Mubarak. But
that's Angalanga.
Special happy birthday to French Tahiro. It's been a blessing to all of us.
Yes, but I need to do this one also. Okay. Belated happy 60th birthday, Lady Comfort Okran. The multimedia group family celebrates an inspiring leader and a valued partner. Thank you for your remarkable work through the Springboard Roadshow Foundation and for the positive impact you continue to make. Wishing you good health, joy, and greater success in the years ahead. Happy birthday. And this is also happy birthday to Reverend Theophilus Oko Tete of Lighthouse Chapel, Kodesh, and Dr. Theodora Akweli Esiama of the First Baptist Church, Tema, wishing you many happy years of happiness and prosperity from your siblings to you. Okay, so happy birthday to all of you. I think I missed this one. So happy birthday to Ni Adokwe Abrahams, steward of the Trinity United Church. May God continue to bless you and keep you in good health, wisdom, and strength. Keep being the amazing and incredible person that you are. Best wishes from all the members of the Trinity Church to you. But this morning, we'll be going to the Kaneshie market, okay? Because yesterday, the AMA PRO, Gilbert Ankra, actually indicated to us that they were going to clear the waste at the market yesterday, the refuse at the market yesterday, and that if we got there this morning, we would see a clean market. Well, you know what we do? We have decided to go there this morning. And so very soon, our team is there, and we're bringing us more on what's happening at the Kaneshie market. You know, has the refuse been cleared? It's very, very important. But of course, we also want you to tell us what the sanitation situation is where you find yourself, okay? But before we do that, let me just bring you the Business Minute, and it's brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator expert. Okay, so we'll bring you the Business Minute on Monday. Unfortunately, we can't bring it to you today. We'll bring it to you Monday here on the Super Morning Show. But you know, Anointed Engineering Services is into the sales of ultra-silent diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator that you acquire, you will enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. And the services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tower lights and rental. Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway, near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide. They're into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals, and controls, as well as solar installations, offering 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the generator experts. But let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief, and Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. And, you know, we asked the question, who ultimately is responsible for the decline in moral standards in our country? Fred Ruyibi says, could you ask Winston that who is society? I think it's the parents. Thank you very much, Fred. But do you know how money really moves in Ghana? Well, at EcoBank, we know it doesn't move only on payday. It moves every day, connecting Ghanaians with their families, communities, and businesses. It's their time sent to a sister, transport money for dad, support for a cousin's education, contribution towards family funeral, and a helping hand when it matters most. In Ghana, money is more than a transaction. It is people supporting people, families helping families, and communities moving forward together. And that's why there's EcoBank, a bank built for the way Ghanaians and Africans move money, with one seamless banking experience across 34 African countries. EcoBank digital platforms connect people, businesses, and opportunities in Ghana and across the continent. Pay bills, transfer money, access ATM services, and manage your finances anytime, anywhere with the EcoBank mobile app, USSD *770#, EcoBank online, and EcoBank ATMs nationwide. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. But of course, on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting energies and Carbell Coffee with you every moment. We're still, following up on the sanitation situation wherever you are, and also the roads. And I just got this message, about our roads, but we'll be getting to the Kaneshi market. But this one says, good morning, Winston. The Spinters Road needs your attention. That of the needs your attention, and that of the engineers are the Roads and Highways Ministry. Look, huge manholes have developed just before Frankie's, and it has added extra traffic on that road. The TB Joshua Junction is also a nightmare. I know radio, specifically your platform, gets results. We'll follow up on all of these for you, Abba, so that we can get the results for you. But you know that moment when the alarm rings and life is already asking questions, campus office hustle, dreams waiting to be chased? Those are the moments when you need something that helps you show up and keep going. And that's why Carbell Coffee stays with me every single moment. So whether you're grinding for that exam, pushing deadlines at work, or cooking up the next big idea, Carbell Coffee gives you that creamy taste, rich coffee aroma to kickstart your day. And you can enjoy it anytime, because success doesn't happen overnight. It's the little moments, the early mornings, the late nights, and through it all, Carbell Coffee Day with you. Carbell Coffee with you every moment. And this is FDA approved. But you know, your money deserves the safest homes, and with the safest home. And with Telecel Cash, you're protected every step of the way. No risk, no worries, no long stories, just peace of mind. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app now for safe, secure transactions. Telecel Cash, the safer choice. Send the keke. So live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
We are young entrepreneurs. We're vibrant and
Because Madam Sedinam Tamakulu is one of its own. And that has been the trend. That said, we want to state that we are going to keep an eye on the matter. We are going to keep an eye on the matter. The trend cannot be that anytime an NDC member falls foul of the law, the person is protected and the person is prevented from or secured from facing the law. We are keeping an eye on the matter. Thank you.
Vehicles which ply these routes visit the mechanic shop daily. The poor state of roads at Kojo Kanewu in Ashaiman stretches about 31.2 kilometers. Nothing about this makes the journey on this road pleasant.
6 months we pay road weighty, and the road is now headed to our car. And the insurance? The insurance, we do pay everything. Last, my road weighty died on 18th, and I went there on the 19th. They asked me to pay 190. So instead of 120, I paid 250. We are paying all those things, but still, they didn't do nothing about the road. And look my car. 2020, look the car, the treasure of the car, everything damaged.
The campaign time, the MPs and the DCs, they come here. So if they will vote for them, they will do the road. As now, we are almost 2 years. They haven't done anything on the road. Always, we have this problem in our road. So we are begging the government or the MPs to come and help us in our road.
Drivers who experience frequent damage to their vehicles as a result say they have been forced to find other means of paying for their maintenance costs through increased fares.
Even spare parts alone, even if the fuel is costing us more than that, that's why now we are taking 60. But 60 wouldn't want to compare the 60 in the nature of this road. Master, it's very, very terrible.
The passengers bearing the brunt of the situation are unhappy.
5 cedi, now 6 cedis. Even other places, they are taking 8 cedis. The same place, that is Kojo Trotro Station. They are taking 8 cedis at the TNT. That is very bad. Sometimes you wake up early 6 o'clock to go to work. You get to work by 10 o'clock, sometimes 9 o'clock. Just because of what the roads are very bad. Taxi drivers refuse to even.
Sometimes, if you are in the car, don't feel comfortable to sit in the car. If you are in the car, it shakes if you are moving, or if you are carrying a gas, you don't feel comfortable. So if you can't put the boot, you pay a money. So the government will help us.
Yes, because of the road, they increase the price. So here to undergrade,
8 cities. You take 20 Ghana because the road is not good. So if you like, you pay. If you don't like, you stay.
Both drivers and passengers believe an immediate fix of the deplorable roads can alleviate their current plight and reduce their visit to the mechanic shops, while passengers do not have to spend more than budgeted for their daily fares. From Ajay Kojo Kanewu in Ashaiman, Kevin Osai Ahene's report read to you.
The family of Apostle Kojo Safo Kantanka is raising concerns over what it describes as the failure of police to diligently prosecute suspects initially arrested in connection with the case. The group argues that investigators did not pursue the attempted murder charge with the urgency and seriousness it deserved and is now demanding tougher prosecution of those arrested. The comments come on the back of a shooting incident of former Member of Parliament Domeko Abenya Adwa Safo Kantanka, which resulted in the hospitalization of the former Member of Parliament. Now, according to the family, consultations with medical experts point to complications arising from the incident with the consideration of the possible Member of Parliament out of the country for further treatment.
Condition of Adwa Safo, I would say, if it's in percentage, I would say 50-50. It's just very bad. She's been through surgical operations, MRIs, checkups, almost every day. The last one was yesterday, around 8 p.m. She was there. She can't even hear well now. I do not know whether she has any of the pellets in the ears or they try to remove some from the ears. And I understand the head also is a possibility of someone's entry. So they are working on it. So as we speak now, some of the doctors are advising that the way the condition is, they would advise that do everything possible to fly out. They suggested 3 places for us. They suggested Dubai, they suggested Germany, and then America. So this morning from here, that's the decision to take. I said 50-50. 50-50. The worst scenario is that if they tell me today Adwa is dead, I will not even doubt them. But yesterday it was very bad. She has started swelling. Look at the face. Adwa's face is so smooth. Now, because of the entry of some of the pellets, now her face is bloated, the head is becoming big, and she can't even raise her hand. So she's almost like prostrate, lying down, 90%. So that's the situation. We need your prayers.
Right. The suspects have been granted bail.
Yep.
You are clearly not happy about this.
Not at all.
What are your demands?
Not at all. We need justice. I mean, in Ghana these days, as we speak now, most of these people that we have them incarcerated now, what we hear, all we hear is that their statement or their actions were trying to injure the reputation or something of somebody. Just trying to injure somebody's reputation without gun or whatever. The people were even incarcerated. They put them in. No, now somebody who point a gun at you, a not ordinary person. If it's a layman who can just say maybe fire you, but because you don't expect, you might mix the bullet. But now these are expert guys.
These are trained people.
They are trained people, very trained. You know, when they say the videos that trending around, they will say that kneel down. They know they'll mention the person's name before even shooting. I mean, these are people that were all expected at least. They should at least be remanded for investigation to continue.
Late Apostle Kojo Safo Kantanka, Kojo Safo Jr., speaking at a press conference earlier today, says the impact on the family has been devastating and insists their father would have been deeply disappointed by the handling of the matter.
There were elders before me, so I think that one would depend on the elders. They would have the better track record. Yes.
Have you spoken to your father in question?
Have I spoken
after the incident?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Everybody and the one our father paired you with. So the person I talk to mostly on phone is Joshi.
Okay. And has there been any communications
with Joshi? No, Joshi. We always talking. We talk almost. Yes, we talk almost every day. But that's what I'm saying. That our father paired us. So everybody and the one you run to. So our father has this type of system whereby, with me, the boy, if I do something, my father will call Joshi first. Then my father will tell Joshi to report me to Honorable Adwa Safo before the case gets to my father. So that's how it is done. So till date, I talk to Joshi almost every day. Yes. So my other brother too was paired with another sister. Another brother too was paired with another sister. Yes. So that's the concept of it.
My colleague Stephen Mensah was in the constituency and joins me more on this. Stephen, the family has been shedding more light on the circumstances leading to the shooting. What have you learned?
So, according to the family, they say that the circumstances surrounding this incident is
on the Super Morning Show. But let me say good morning to you, T-Bone, Ofue, Susu, and Fire. I know you're listening to the Super Morning Show right now. Hey, my guy T-Bone. You come a crab, you know, reach out. That's okay. We'll discuss that later. But this morning we're going to be heading to the Kaneshi market. Okay, it's very important we get there because yesterday the PRO of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Gilbert Ankra, told all of us that they were going to clear the refuse that was disturbing, traders at the Kaneshi market. Okay, we're going to tell you what he said, but first, okay, just listen to what he said briefly. Listen to him.
The Assembly has notified Zoom Lion to ensure that the waste is cleared.
When did the Assembly notify Zoom Lion?
We notified them, I think, since Monday or so, since as we saw things not really being well, we notified them. As I speak to you today, we've given them up to today to ensure that the waste there is cleared. If not, the Assembly will do the clearing.
Now, you hold on, Gilbert. You notified them on Monday.
Yes.
When we got there yesterday, that had not happened. You say you've given them up to when?
We've given them up to today to ensure that the waste is cleared. If not, the Assembly will do the clearing today and then ensure that whatever cost involved, they would have to bear the cost.
So our team is currently there. So yesterday when he spoke with us, he told us the Assembly would do the clearing yesterday. Okay, we'll find out. But life doesn't stand still for you. It doesn't wait for you to be prepared. It just moves on. And the best you can do for yourself is to prepare for life instead. How? Well, a flexible policy like the Old Mutual Legacy Transition Plan to help build a legacy that offers you a cover of up to 300,000 with no underwriting, greater flexibility with no limits to the lives you can cover and are up to age 80 and an uninterrupted cover, no lapse, enabling you to secure what matters most in the simplest of ways. You also get the flexibility to update your cover every 5 years. Exciting, right? Well, dial *378*3# to request a call for the Old Mutual Legacy Transition Plan today, and let's get you a plan that works for you and your family. Old Mutual do great things every day. But these days, some mattresses are being made from all kinds of unsafe materials that are not fit for sleeping surfaces. These materials may be cheap, but they can be harmful to your health, don't meet Ghana's safety standards, and will end up costing you more. Buying inferior and cheap mattresses may seem like a good way to save money, but do not fall for the trap. If you haven't slept well, you can't work well, you can't think well, and ultimately you're putting your health at risk, which can cause you a lifetime of discomfort and chronic pain. As responsible citizens, we should invest in safe, durable, and certified mattresses. And that's why we must all raise awareness to protect families across the country. Latest Foam remains the tried and tested brand we all love for almost 60 years now, and they offer you unmatched quality and durability for every Ghanaian home. Make the smart choice. Talk to them on 0302 231155 in Accra and 0322 029 365 in Kumasi for all your inquiries, or walk into any of their outlets nationwide for your preferred choice. You can also visit them on latestfoamghana.com and all their social media platforms. Do not settle for less, go for quality. Buy Latest Foam or else you do yourself. Latest Foam, your partner for life. But if you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil market, because with over 240 stations nationwide, Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And this is why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. So wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuels. Folks, let's get to the Kaneshi market now. Michelle Latte has joined us on phone. Michelle, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
So, Michelle, tell us what's happening at the Kaneshi market. Has the refuse been cleared like the AMA promised us yesterday on the Super Morning Show?
So as of this morning, when we got here, in fact, the rubbish had just piled up more. There was a very pungent smell coming from the place because of the rains yesterday. A few minutes after we arrived, a truck came in. I understand the truck was deployed by the AMA Waste Management Department. So the truck is currently on ground. They say that they are waiting for another vehicle to aid in the evacuation of the garbage that is sited right in front of the market complex. I've been speaking to some of the traders and some of the shoppers around off camera and off record, and they tell me that they are not happy with what the situation looks like currently, especially because this particular refuse dump is sited right in front of the market, which doesn't paint a good image for the market, especially for visitors, first-time visitors at this particular market. I've been speaking to authorities they always push the blame back to AMA, saying that if they had deployed the trucks they needed to pick up the waste from this place, they wouldn't have to deal with such a situation. If you come here right now, there's a huge pile, bigger than what we saw on Wednesday, and more refuse is being disposed of, even as I am sitting here now. The truck is still on ground. We are still waiting for the other vehicle to arrive. Then they start the evacuation. That's it now. No action has been taken. The vehicle is still here, and we are still waiting upon them for them to start the evacuation exercise.
Now, just curious if you found out, Michelle. So the vehicle is waiting for other vehicles. Why is the vehicle waiting when it can also start the process?
So I understand it's a caterpillar that is going to help in picking up the refuse from the ground, because it's not just a container that is full, but also there's a lot of refuse scattered all over the ground close to where the container is sited. That is at the entrance of the market complex.
Okay, so what time did the truck get to the market, if you found out?
So I got here just a little before 8 a.m. Just between 8 and 8:10, the truck got here.
Okay.
I've spoken to the driver of the truck. He confirmed to me that they are waiting on the caterpillar to get here so that they can start the exercise.
Okay, Michelle, thank you very much. And monitor it for us. We're going to get back to you because the PRO of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Gilbert Ankra, yesterday on the Super Morning Show, in fact, he promised us that they were going to do that yesterday. So stay and monitor. We'll come back to you, okay?
Sure.
All right, that's Michelle Latte at the Kaneshi Market. But listen to what Gilbert Ankra said yesterday when he spoke to us here on the Super Morning Show.
The Assembly has notified Zoom Lion to ensure that the waste is cleared.
When did the Assembly notify Zoom Lion?
We notified them, I think, since Monday or so, since as we saw things not really being well, we notified them. As I speak to you today, we've given them up to today to ensure that the waste there is cleared. If not, the Assembly will do the clearing.
Now, you hold on, Gilbert. You notified them on Monday.
Yes.
When we got there yesterday, that had not happened. You say you've given them up to when?
We've given them up to today to ensure that the waste is cleared. If not, the Assembly will do the clearing today and then ensure that whatever cost involved, they would have to bear the cost.
The last two. And you're high before, and you're training for. And Sutie, you want Basa yet? Focus here, Execution Entertainment. Yantepa. Whoa, yeah. Ghana, my baby. Kanumia Huyako. Ebiani Akatro. Whoa, yeah. Ghana, my baby. Kanumia Huyako. Ebiani Akatro. the right thing. Be at the right place, the right time. Come on, y'all, do the right thing. I say me the can. Raps off for me, who am I canting? I'm a ball by me. Raps off for me, who am I canting? I'm a ball by me. Open here, or Shama Mufrawi Nanka. Yebunan refua, Okamu, Omayimu, Ketashe, Proya, a hookah, Buapayoni Moon, and what they say, a bapete, a more man, penny, a bedi, I didn't home, I didn't quit through, if we are some penny, said your fruit, your pana, your piano, Minia, when your party man so, or so for my account chain, and so, or man, you popping, then cost 1 year, you put to Atlantic, your party, your penny, Rantier, Mabawa, one some, when you need when you need so Pabena and Chima, every president, minister, drug pusher, so the basic, the Musa, a year bisa, who's a 1 year fata, water, the Cocomotia power, at Wabayu, Parliament, Koshemra, Shebedam,
and the song actually says it all. Nyantitepa.
Oh.
Let's do the right things. Let's do the right things. And Kojo, you know, we just returned from the Kaneshi market. And because of Michelle Latte, we are witnesses. Because she's giving us the picture. She's there. And it's carried all of us along with her. Yesterday, Gilbert Ankra told all of us here on the Super Morning Show, I just played it. PR of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly.
Yeah.
That they were, if Zoom Lion, which they sent a letter to on Monday and gave them up to Thursday to finish, to do the work. If they didn't do it, AMA would do it yesterday.
Yeah.
That's what he promised. I mean, we've shared the sound. Now, this morning, I get the feeling that this morning, because we said we were going to go to Kaneshi Market and our team was going to be on the ground, after 8 a.m., a truck gets there. And as we speak, they're waiting for other trucks to actually collect the refuse from the entrance and parts of the market. And from what we gather from Michelle Latte, the situation is actually worse than it was on Wednesday. I just don't get it.
So it's just an afterthought, which suggests that as at yesterday when we were being told that they have a plan in place, which if it is not implemented by Zoom Lion, they will step in to correct on Thursday, yesterday. When they were telling us that, they didn't actually have a plan prepared.
You know what I think? I believe, I am convinced, and I am of the belief that if we hadn't raised the issue today, it'd be business as usual. Out of mind, we won't do. But look, we're going to stay there until the right things are done. And so, before we leave the show and here on, all our bulletins, we're going to be monitoring. We'll follow up on what's really happening at the Kaneshi market. But this is what I want you to also do. While we're focusing on the Kaneshi market, we can also focus on where you are. Okay? So, what's the sanitation situation where you are? Share it with us using the hashtag #MyFilthReport. And we will draw the attention of your assembly based on where you are. Okay, share the videos with us. And this one, while we're talking, let's focus on this one. It says, Winston and Kojo, good morning. This is the situation at the Shai Osudoku district. The district capital, Dodowa. The situation can be located at the back of the Dodowa market. It's been here for years.
Yes.
We follow it up, no proper response from the assembly. So the Shai Osudoku district, the back of Dodowa market. Look at that.
And by the way, this is a picture of filth as far as the eye can see. Just spread across the expanse of the land. Just bola nkotsi. A horizon of bola. And this is a market?
Yeah. Behind the market.
Just imagine the food that is sold there.
Can you imagine? Shai Osudoku District Assembly, you have work to do. Sami, let's follow up on this one also. The Shai Osudoku District Assembly. We need to make sure that the right things are done. Because...
Dodowa market.
Yes, Dodowa market. Because you see, the point is this, Kojo. The whole concept of assemblies is that they are close to the action and they have information, so they are better placed to serve communities. And that's why we create new districts. Okay, we create districts because we believe that, look, the districts are there. They are closer to the people. And that's why we have assembly members, unit committee members, expected to play a role in getting the needs of the people, sending them to the assembly, and making sure the right things are done. Unfortunately, we do nothing. Okay, when we return after these messages, our friends from the St. Mary's Old Girls Association, the 2002 year group, they are launching their 25th anniversary project and fundraising. And so they'll be joining us here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
And it's quite disturbing for them. In fact, I've been speaking to the brother for the former member of parliament for Domu Kwabenya, that's in the person of Kojo Safu Jr. He's been telling us about the fact that prior to this incident, his father had laid down some clear guidelines as to who is to succeed him in regards to the church. And he says that before the former member of parliament went to the incident site, or where she met her accident or the incident, she told him to go with her to the coronation to host the coronation, given the injunction that had been placed on the coronation by the court. And he's been telling us about the fact that his father had given some clear guidelines as to pairing the two before and after the incident, and after his death. His father had laid some clear guidelines as to who is to succeed him. We can listen to Kojo Safu Jr., who has been telling us about the circumstances surrounding this whole event.
Very gutted and very disappointed. Now, Adia Kosi, make a check with us for my say. Say, we were fan. Said you, Yaya Papa Nidini, Yaya then, yes, say no more. If it's a better crack, you cry Papa TV, here per se, try Papa Jumaswa. Any investor we call on to help our company, they'll be obdurate about helping us.
With Munchie chocolate chip cookies and experience the unmistakable crunch of chocolatey joy.
Munchie! This advert is FDA approved.
It's Goal Rush season at Compute Ghana. The ultimate football season is here. The crowd, the cheers, the vuvuzelas are active. This World Cup season, the match isn't just on the pitch. Bring it home. Now is the time to buy your crystal clear televisions, powerful soundbars, and home theaters, laptops, phones, and projectors at unbeatable prices. This isn't just discount sales. Spend $1,000 cedis or more, and you are in the raffle to win a 100-inch 4K TV, phones, laptops, and more. Rush now to any Compute Ghana showroom or shop at ComputeGhana.com. Call 0302-752020 or WhatsApp 0243-143-143. Compute Ghana Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience.
At the chop bar, hungry customers are waiting because a penalty is about to be taken. Abna has bent the jollof because she was celebrating Ghana's goal. Everything can wait because it's the FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch all 104 games live. Supersport on DSTV from 11th June to 19th July. Reconnect from as little as 58 Ghana cedis per. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
When I wake up in the morning,
This party can do without Canada Japan. We don't even understand what is so special about Canada Japan. The neck don't want to tell the truth. The same this neck kick Kobina and Afoku. Why they cannot kick Kennedy? He have to go because he have to go.
Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
And welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. You know, I told you that we're going to be joined by our friends from the St. Mary's Old Girls Association. So, 2002 year group. And my auntie Julian Atiase says she finished in 1980. Yes. The laughter says it all. Now, Smogan engineer Eunice Quarte France is head communication and branding committee, and Smogan Lady Reverend Selikem Akolacha Palu is what member communications and branding committee. See, because I see the 2002, I'm like, I know you are 2002. You put it there again. Anyway, welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
I believe you're doing very well.
We are doing great. Thank you.
Before we get into the conversation, look, I want you to step into a world of hassle-free banking with the all new CBG mobile app. The new CBG mobile app has been designed to make you enjoy the convenience of banking anywhere and at any time. Download the new CBG mobile app on the Google Play Store or App Store and experience the ease of managing your finances on a secure, smart, and user-friendly digital platform. Receive real-time alerts to stay informed about your account activity. Join the digital revolution and elevate your banking experience with the new CBG mobile app. For inquiries, call them on 0302-216-000. Email talk to us at cbg.com.gh or visit any of their social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. But before we get into the conversation this morning, this is your anthem.
She came with a shy heart, small shoes, big dreams. St. Mary's opened the gate and saw what she means. From chalk and morning prayers to lessons under grace, they lifted up her hands, put courage on.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
That the school won't forget. Inspire, empower, transform. That is how we grow. One girl at a time, till the whole world knows. Mary's made us, Mary's made us. Truth and virtue in our blood. Mary's made us, Mary's made us. We rise strong, we rise in love. Mary's girls, stand tall. Mary's girls, stand proud. Truth and virtue, hear our call. We sing it loud, we sing it loud. Now she walks with purpose, head high in the sun. Books in her memory and her best work done. Serving in the nation with a steady light, guiding younger sisters, teaching
Joy
them what's right.
99.7 FM.
She wears the name with honor, like a crown that shines. A daughter of St. Mary's for all her days and times. Veritas, truth in every.
Okay, so this is your song, not the anthem. Is the anniversary song?
Correct. It's a
Oh,
theme
okay.
song for anniversary.
Oh, I like that. Hey,
We composed it.
You know.
Just for the celebration.
Just for the celebration. There was an artist who appeared on Prime Time with George Quay, and he asked him, Shatawale, he asked him, Charlie, this is your street crown song. The boy said, no, be you writer. In the AI, you take writer. So everything there inside. I can understand.
Everything there inside.
I can understand. These days, you don't have to stress yourself.
Not at
But
all.
look, 25 years after completion would be 2027. So ordinarily would expect the 2001 year group to be here. But you are here telling us about what you intend to do. Tell me what this milestone means to you and your year group.
St. Mary's Senior High Girls School is over 7 decades old. This is a school that has produced amazing, fantastic personalities.
Seneca, you have to start afresh.
Right. So I was saying that our school is over 7 decades old. And for us, 25 years means a lot. It gives us the opportunity to reflect on how the school has trained us to the kinds of people we are today. We can boast of fantastic personalities who have gone through St. Mary's Senior High School, like the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jean Mensah. We can talk about Shirley Ayoko-Botwe, Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations. We can talk about Elsie Ado-Awaji, international economic lawyer and immediate past Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. So many other personalities, and even those of us sitting here, right here. St. Mary's will put in you the kind of discipline that a young lady needs to be a woman. And for us, it's time for us to celebrate that legacy. It's time for us to celebrate what the school gave us. Mind you, this is a school that started when 2 Roman Catholic sisters of a mission came to Ghana, and they decided that somewhere in 1970, they decided that, look, as we found ourselves in Kolegono, we're going to do something by putting up a school here, just to liberate the poor girls there. Started with just 10 students. Today, we are over 2,000. And so we're sitting here with a lot of gratitude, and we are launching our 25th anniversary and projects, and that is why we are here today.
I like that. But your group is also choosing the theme Inspire, Empower, Transform for the anniversary celebration. I'm interested in why these 3 words.
So our theme being Inspire, Empower, Transform is not just the slogan for the 25th anniversary. It transcends being a slogan. It's a call to action which has already been set in motion. For the past years, 2002 year group has done a lot to, for the girls in the school. We have organized several motivational events. We invited Ebu White to come and give a talk to the girls. We ourselves have gone back to encourage the girls in various ways. And through that, we have been able to inspire them. We've also been able to empower them. The National Science and Maths Quiz Squad, we adopted that team, and we have donated money. We've given them motivation. We've given them food. We even donated a quiz system, the bell and the timer, to help them simulate the quiz conditions. So through that, we are empowering them. We also donated an ACs and funds for the e-library project that was done by the Smorgan alumni. We have also equipped the security personnel in the school. So that shows you that we are living this theme, we are living the slogan. So we've empowered them in that way. And by transform, what we hope to do is to transform the lives of the girls and cause them to also be catalysts for change, or to be change agents wherever they find themselves. Okay. So that's why you adopted the slogan.
You've done all these things, and you still have another project coming up.
We do.
So this should have passed for your, legacy project. So what else are you doing?
We're refurbishing the school's science laboratories.
Okay.
STEM is an area where we still have a few challenges with the number of women who are in that space. And so learning science, technology, engineering, mathematics, it's not only about the content, it's about the environment. So for us, we want to refurbish these science laboratories, moving them to an A-class state-of-the-art facility, so that when the girls are there and they're studying, they have that sense of pride. Also, they know that this is something that is well equipped to enable them to be able to understand, to learn, to grow, and to be comfortable in a space where they themselves can be proud that they are science students, or they're going to the field of mathematics. Also, we're entering into the space of AI. We're already in it. The world is advancing. And so in this vein, we are hoping that by doing this, it will cause them to have a mindset shift about their field of study. And at the end of it all, they will stand out like all the other wonderful Smorgans who are standing out and beaming all across the world.
Great. So apart from old girls, who are you inviting to support this initiative, and how can all of us, if we are allowed contribute to this?
Right. So we have the old girls. Let me just emphasize that. For Saturday's program, we have Smogan Apostle Richard Crunchy Ankara of Royal House Chapel with us. We also have
Smogan.
Yes.
Okay. I thought my friend was the only man who went.
No, this is
Then yes,
Rita, Apostle Rita.
Yes, exactly.
Rita. I thought I had Richard.
No, Rita. Rita.
Because I know that my friend, he's the only man who went to St.
But I'll tell you what, just to interject a little. So, as part of the fundraising events or efforts, I approached the in-house doctor in my company, a man, and I was soliciting funds from him. I told him what the project was about. He was like, "Oh, Mary's, I actually wrote my A-level exam in the science laboratory, and this is someone who grew up in the north and went to school in the north. However, just for his A-levels, he did it in St. Mary's Senior Secondary School laboratory. So that shows you that the project we are doing transcends even the impact on just the girls. It's held people to even become doctors. So it's a very relevant project for the society.
Okay, so yes, you're
our global president, Dr. Dane, will also be attending. We have Smogan Akwele Bule also chairing the event as well. And we want to invite the corporate body, organizations who have nothing to do with Smoga, but to come and support this worthy cause. We're also inviting all friends of Smoga, of course, Accra Academy, our boys.
Sammy Adam is here.
Oh, Sammy. I understand it now.
Yes.
I understand it now. They will be coming as well. We're inviting all of them, our friends, and we're inviting all those who are particular about science, education to also come. Philanthropic individuals, development partners, please come. Every contribution, big or small, is welcome.
So when is this fundraising happening and where?
All right, so we have this fundraising taking place tomorrow, Saturday, 27 June, at the Assemblies of God Guest House. And it's at 2 p.m. And we're inviting all supporters, all old students from other schools to be there present to support this worthy cause, which would not only serve the people of St. Mary's, but in the long run would go on to support or help the nation also.
Well, Salikem, anything you want to say finally, particularly to all the old girls and the general public on why it's important to support your initiative?
You want to help our girls be the best women they can be, and that is why you should be there. And Eunice has a few things to add as well.
So we just rebuttress the importance of this event. 2 p.m., Assemblies of God, Guest House. We expect everyone to be there to just give us the maximum support. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Eunice Quarter France, who is head of the Communication and Branding Committee, and then Lady Reverend Selike Makola Chapalu, who is member of the Communications and Branding Committee of Smoga 2002 year group. You cannot leave without singing your anthem. I don't know if you would get a lawyer, but at this point, in 3, 2, 1, you can go.
Yeah, gaily all the best sing at St. Mary's. See how brightly flowers bloom there. Voices ring out clear and joyful at St. Mary's. For we are safe beneath her care. Dear St. Mary's, our St. Mary's, hear the airy sound with laughter loud and clear. Dear St. Mary's, our St. Mary's, will be dearer year by year. For the seedlings that are planted at St. Mary's blossom forth in truth and virtue. And the melodies that ring out at St. Mary's, all true faith and love assured. Dear St. Mary's, our St. Mary's, We shall face the future. Fearless, come and get, dear St. Mary's. Ah, St. Mary's, you have shown us life's best way.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't know my producer was also at St. Mary's. Anyway, thank you, all of you, and wish you all the best tomorrow. When it's time, we'll all come and support you.
We want to say a big thank you to Joy FM and Multimedia Group for doing this for us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. We'll come and some of them will come and donate on our behalf.
Certainly.
Yes.
A generous donation.
Stay with us. When we return after these messages, we're getting into agribusiness, but our focus this morning is on how to raise funds. And the Development Bank will be telling us all the avenues by which you can raise the needed funds to engage in agribusiness. Okay, my producer tells me that I should get your views on who's ultimately responsible for for the decline in morals in our country. Is it a society, or you say the parents have a role to play and the ultimate responsibility is with the parents? Engineer Quarty, France.
So I would say the ultimate responsibility lies on the parents. The children are, growing up, they don't really have a full appreciation of what life holds. So it's the parents who have to guide their children from the very beginning to understand what is right and wrong. You have to keep them in check. These days in the Western world, when a child does a crime, say goes to shoot somebody, they hold the parents accountable. So that shows you that the burden is on parents to make sure that their kids are brought up well. The Bible says, if you spare the rod, you spoil the child. We shouldn't throw that away.
Society raises children, but the ultimate responsibility is the responsibility of the parent or guardian of this child. You cannot run away from it. You have to make time, because that child is under your care, to discipline the child, to guide the child, and to raise the child. And I want to say that the foundational years of the children, right up from 0 to all the way before 13, are so critical. If anything, make time for these years, because this is when they are in their formative years, and this is where they pick up all the habits that you see in them later. They come as a raw version. You see them every day, and you see their faults. So you have to guide them until they reach a certain stage that you can say that, okay, now I'm relaxing to also pursue my dreams. Please, 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 please. This is one of my, I don't know, it's an area of passion for me. Make time and raise them. One of the reasons I had to leave mainstream media was to make time for family. It is so important.
Good. Make time for family. When we return after these messages, we'll show you how you can raise funds to start your agribusiness venture. We'll be right back.
Super Morning Show.
World Cup fever is here, and Universal Merchant Bank, the official banking partner of the GFA and the Ghana Black Stars, is probably backing the dreams of all Ghanaians with seamless banking services and opportunities. This World Cup season, as the Ghana Black Stars chase glory, you can win with UMB. Open a new UMB account or reactivate your existing account today to enjoy free data bundles and other awesome rewards. To get started with convenient and reliable banking, visit any of our 35 branches across Ghana. Go to our website, myumbbank.com, or download the UMB Speed app from the Play Store or App Store and open an account using your Ghana card in minutes. For more details, call our 24-hour contact center at 0302-633-988 or toll free at 0800-100-880 for all networks. UMB, proudly serving Ghana with speed since 1972.
It's World Cup season. Football lovers make I tell you. Electroland Ghana Limited, they bring the stadium come your house. Buy any 50 in.
You have to go. So you have to go and leave this party, because what he's saying is killing this party. We have to wake up and protect this party.
What does he say that is killing the party?
He's killing the party because he's telling false. He's selling false. He's saying that at very levels and all what manner he's been saying. He went on air and said that he is going to kill this party. He's even not going to follow the party again. So what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Somebody who came out and tell the people that he's not fit to follow you again. So why are we going to maintain him?
When you say Ken must go, what exactly are you expecting?
We don't need him. He has to go. We are sick and fed up with him.
Yes. He's a betrayer.
He's selling a lot.
This is the financier of the party, you are aware.
Why? How many? He should give us the check. He give the party. How much did he give the party? He should come and tell us, and we will also bring the contract the party has given it to him. He and his wife.
Yes.
There were been committee chairmen. So he was there. He was doing everything. The contract they give it to him is far plenty. So what else? What else did he want? Please, we don't need him in the party anymore. Yes. The leaders will do the necessary thing and protect this party. For us, what will happen will happen. Yes. Nobody will go out here until they take direction.
What can spend anybody here? Yes, yes, you take it.
You must go.
You must go.
You must
Whether
go.
you like it or not.
You must go. You will go and leave the party. You must go.
We don't need you.
Kennedy Japan.
Oh, yes. We had petitions from some individuals, party people, and then also even some members of parliament. So, constitutionally and procedurally, National Executive Committee and National Council referred the matter to the Discipline Committee, which is chaired by Honorable Amoah, former Roads Minister. And we have also given them timelines. We've said 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, they must present their report to the National Executive Committee through the General Secretary. So we are waiting for their work. We have referred all the petitions to them. We have given them 2 weeks to report back to National Executive Committee and National Council.
I mean, I'm wondering, that means that for NEC and the National Council, you must find at least some level of merit to not throw it away and refer it to this merit committee, right?
I mean, once they are petitions, what is important is that you have to refer whatever the merits are. So refer the matter to the discipline committee. The most important thing is that the report from the discipline committee will be a subject matter for NEC and the National Council to consider afterwards. And that is where we can really speak to it. So as it stands now, the position is that we are referred all petitions received regarding Honorable Kennedy Japan's comments to the National Discipline Committee, and we have given them 2 weeks because we wanted to really make sure that in 2 weeks we deal with this matter. So in 2 weeks, National Executive Committee will receive the report, and then we will again convene a meeting for us to discuss these matters.
How many petitions are we talking about, and from where?
I mentioned that some individuals, some party people, and then also some members of parliament as well. Yes.
But how many are we talking about? Do you know how many petitions?
No, not at all. We were just told that there have been some petitions, and from some party persons, and then also some members of parliament.
You're also voting on some level of elections next month. What was the discussion around it, and then also what are expectations of that particular elections?
Yes, we received report from the regions. This is the constituency elections. We have open nominations. In fact, some are even going through their vetting processes. We anticipate very smooth, very clean exercise. We have already formed an elections committee headed by some national, representatives. And so far, I think that it's been very good. It's been very clean. And we are expecting smooth elections, just as we have experienced with the presidential primaries and then the polling station elections. Although we've been having some pockets of incident here and there, but largely we can say that it's been very fruitful. And we anticipate that these elections will go through next month in July. In August, we'll be having the regional elections. In September, we'll be having...
Winston, Amoah. I told you before the break, we're going to have a conversation about how you can get finance. For many of us involved in agriculture, we always say, we need patient capital. You start, and over the period, you're not really getting enough. So you need time to get into it, make some money, and eventually pay. How do you get that? Well, I've got good news for you. So for all of you who've been thinking of getting involved in agriculture, agribusiness, this morning, the chief economist of the Development Bank Ghana, DBG for short, Professor Eric Osesibe is here with us. Prof, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
I believe you're doing very well.
Very well, by God's grace.
Okay, I'm told that you carry the good news today.
I hope so.
And so we're going to get into that. But let me just say good morning to you. Collins and Didi Gibson and Abigail Nyong, who are listening to us this morning on the Super Morning Show. But life can be very loud, and last thing you need is a phone call about a massive hospital bill. What if you could turn the volume on life's biggest stressors with just one decision? With Eden Care, all that noise just stops. Eden Care is a dedicated individual and family insurance plan that combines everyday accessibility with the trust and experience of a proven health insurer. Think of it as your personal caregiver. We step in to handle the medical bill so you can breathe easily. When the world gets loud, Eden Care provides a garden of peace and the best health cover when things get hard. Don't wait for the noise to drown you out. Choose the policy that lets you enjoy real care. Reach out right now at edencare.acacia@myenterprisegroup.io and choose Eden Care today. Eden Care brought to you by Acacia Health. But going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money, install solar panels and cut down your power cost, get an electric vehicle and reduce what you spend getting around. Switch to energy efficient equipment and lower the cost of running your home or business. And the best part, Absa Bank can help you finance all of it. The Absa Green Finance Loan gives you what you need to make it happen. Walk into any Absa branch today, ask about the Absa Green Finance Loan today and say yes to a greener tomorrow. This loan is available for certified green projects only. Terms and conditions apply. Your story matters, Absa. But look, if you miss the World Cup, please don't miss the Commonwealth Games. If you miss the World Cup. For us, the World Cup is still not over, so don't worry. Those of you who have been sending me messages that I'm not at the World Cup, I still can go. But from the 21st of July to the 4th of August, Josh Travels is organizing an exclusive travel package to Glasgow, UK for the Commonwealth Games, and you can be there live. The package includes return flights, accommodation, visa assistance, city tours, and dedicated travel support. Travel with fellow professionals, executives, and business leaders, experience world-class sporting action, build valuable networks, and explore some of the UK's most iconic attractions, all in one unforgettable trip. Josh Travels is accredited by the Ghana Olympic Committee for the Commonwealth Games 2026 travels. Call or WhatsApp Josh Travels now on 0596 609050 or 059404 9929 to receive the full itinerary, package details, and flexible payments plan. Only 50 seats are available. Once they're gone, they're gone. Josh Travels. Let's connect your world. Now time for a conversation on access to funding as part of our Agribusiness Month.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best. On Joy 99.7 FM.
Great, still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And Professor Eric Osesibe, Chief Economist at the Development Bank Ghana, DBG. Prof, thank you very much for joining us once again.
Thank you.
So before we get into all the beautiful package that you have for us, first of all, what is Development Bank set up to do?
Thank you, Winston. Yes, Development Bank Ghana is a national development finance institution that was set up or established by the government of Ghana, and it comes under the DFI Act 1032. And essentially, it was set up to address, one of the biggest constraints that businesses in Ghana, face today. And that's access to long-term financing, affordable financing, and that's really a binding constraint. And all the surveys that have been conducted on businesses it always come on top as the number one binding constraint that businesses face. And DBG was set up to close that gap, to provide financing, to businesses, especially financing to the most critical sectors of our Ghanaian economy, sectors that drive economic transformation like agriculture, manufacturing, ICT, high value services like tourism, transportation, and health and thereabout. Yeah.
Okay. So I like the fact that you talk about long-term financing.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, let's look at that long-term financing because we hear these things.
Yes,
when you say long-term financing, what do you really mean? Let's break it down. How many years are we looking at and who qualifies? What criteria must be met? Yeah.
Yeah, so what we mean by long-term financing, I'll just put all of that together is providing favorable term structure, right, which will include long-term financing. And, in financing, we have the short term, we have the medium term. Short term is often 2 years, or below. Medium term 2 to 3 or 5 years, depending on which institutions you are dealing with, and then the long term beyond 5 years, right? So we give loans, across all tenors, but we focus more on the medium to long term, which is from 5 years to 10 years, and in some cases even 15 years, right? And so, yes, that is what we do, which usually the mainstream traditional banks, will not want to because of the nature of liabilities that they have, the deposit that they mobilize, which is often on short-term basis. So they are unable to give, or create assets on long tenors. And so we come to fill that gap. And we give loans to, as I mentioned, businesses within the agricultural chain, right from the primary to processes, both mainstream, midstream, and then upstream and downstream. We provide lending, manufacturing businesses, and small corporates, right? And all we need, for us, what sets us apart from the traditional banks is the fact that, the traditional banks mobilize deposits and they lend to optimize or maximize their profit. We are very much development focused, and so as a wholesale development finance institution, and what I mean by wholesale development finance institution is that we work through what we call participating financial institutions, that is selected financial institutions that meet our criteria. We lend to them, and they in turn lend to MSMEs, at relatively, affordable pricing and medium to long term basis. So very much patient capital to the industry. You just have to qualify. The banks would have to screen you, to make sure that you meet their, criteria, and then they will recommend you to us, and then we provide the funding. Yeah.
Okay, you talked about participation institutions. So is it the case that people can't deal with you directly? They'll have to go to these participation institutions?
Absolutely. We are a wholesale, that's the first wholesale financial institutions that this country has ever had. And so because our mandate is also to unlock and crowd in private capital, we don't go directly to the end borrowers or the MSMEs. We go through the PFI. So if an institution or organization or a firm or a farm needs funds it has to first approach its banks, and then the banks will do the credit assessment, and then it will come to us, and then we'll lend the money through the banks.
You talked about patient capital. My understanding of patient capital is that apart from you have a moratorium, apart from having a long term, there's also a moratorium.
Absolutely.
However, the checks I've done with a lot of the financial institutions and even schemes that are supposed to help, agribusiness and all, you don't have moratorium. I hope in your case it's different. There's a moratorium where, people could turn around and start repaying.
Absolutely. I mean, we provide, as I mentioned earlier, we provide favorable terms, of services, and that would definitely, depending on the nature of the business, the deal, if it's a long production cycle sort of deal, we have to look at periods where there's not going to be much cash flows, where the business will have maybe negative cash flows, which then means that that business is unable to pay, particularly during the setup stage, right? And so you need a little bit of a breather with that early stage of establishment, which then mean that we are able, as a development finance institution, to give waivers, right? Repayment waivers, which is the moratorium, over up to about 2 years, for you to get yourself well established and begin to make, a revenue so that you can begin to service the debt as you move on here.
You raise a very important point that sometimes you're setting up. And that's the complaint many entrepreneurs have and those involved in agribusiness. So let me use myself as an example for purposes of the discussion. I have a pig farm. Let's say at the time I'm setting up, I needed money. Now, with all the checks I did, they tell you, before we give you something, you'd have to contribute, pay, open an account with us. After 6 months, we check your cash flow and everything. But I haven't set up the business. I now want to set up. The concern for many of these people is that if I want to set up a business, they say, show me your cash flow for a 6-month period, and then I give you money. How different is the situation at DBG?
Well, it's not very different because, as I mentioned, we work through participating financial institutions, and therefore their credit policy always come to play. All right. The difference is that we are able to, we are quite flexible when it comes to taking risk. Our risk, appetite is higher than what the banks would do. So, depending on the banks where they don't want to fund such deals, they'll rather pass it on to us because we can accommodate. We can provide longer moratorium, But in all these cases, what matters is for a bank, predictability of cash flow is key. It's very important, So how did they able to establish that when they lend the money to you, you'll be able to pay over a period of time? And that will mean that keeping records, because that will be the document that they can use, to determine or to gauge your potential cash flow over a period of time. Okay, so if you are not a greenfield, that is, if you're not a new business that is setting up, they want to see your track record, and the potential revenue generation over a period of time. And so that is very important, that you keep records, and then also you make sure that you document, whatever that you are doing to demonstrate certainty in terms of future cash flows.
Yes, and this one we've been joined by Professor Eric Osesibe, who is Chief Economist at Development Bank Ghana. So if I am starting a business, agribusiness, new, from the scratch, and I walk up to any of your partner financial institutions, I can get funds without my 6 months cash flow?
Yes, it's possible. We've been funding.
Possible,
we've been funding greenfield.
Possible is a political statement. Can I get that?
Yeah, you can. I mean, so long as you demonstrate viability. If your business plan is rock solid, okay, and you demonstrate that this business will make profit over a period of time, or the revenue will be sufficient to repay the loans, over the term period of the loan. Why not? Because we are in business, we have been birthed to support businesses, startups to a large extent. So you just have to, it's a business plan, how you draft your business plan showing that this business is viable, to be able to convince the banks that, there's certainty in terms of the revenue or cash flows over a period. Even if you have a long-term, production cycle, you just have to ensure that after the gestation period, the business will be able to turn in revenue.
And you introduce a very important point here, because, the break-even analysis sometimes can show you that your business will break even after 5 years.
Right.
Sometimes it could be 3 years. Some could be 10 years. Now, the moratorium that you talk about, is it dependent on the analysis you make, or you have a policy that says after 2 years, you'd have to start repayment?
It depends. It depends on the analysis that we make, because you cannot use, one brush to paint, or you just have to tailor the structuring to the peculiar need of that deal, right? And so, depending on the production cycle, you look at the periods for setting up the business and the period when cash flows will begin to come in. Then that will determine the moratorium, that we'll get. Currently, we give up to 2 years, but in some situation, you can go a little higher than that, depending on the nature of the business and the restructuring, And so it's important. And you also know that the banks would have to be comfortable, because to a large extent, they absorb the risk, and therefore they are taking the risk into their books. And so they also have to align with whatever, assessment that you are doing, and then the financing structure that you are providing here.
Okay, I like the fact that you talk about sometimes you can go beyond 2 years, because the challenge also is that there are some people who are going into processing, and, the period of setting up itself takes a very long time.
Yeah.
And while they're setting up, they are now actually sourcing raw materials, or in some cases, they're actually planting it. As part of the sourcing, they're planting the raw materials, and it takes a bit of time. So 2 years may not be enough to start, but you say you can actually look at it and give more than 2 years.
Absolutely. That is why we very much stress on bridge financing. Okay, so where we have the opportunity, we bring in other financiers, other DFIs, which have, available patient capital to be able to absorb that early stage risk, So much more concessional, favorable funding at the early stage, and then the commercial funding, kicked in when cash flows begin to come in. And so, yes, in some situations, it's quite rare though, because you cannot wait forever. It's private capital that you are using, so to waive, repayment, over a long period of time can, affect your cash flow projections and all of that. And that's also has been one of the main reasons why agricultural financing remains low, because of these long production cycles and seasonality of it, and then funding have to wait for a longer period in order to be able to get repayments and all of that. Yeah.
Let's talk about, agricultural financing, because you started by telling us, okay, so we support manufacturing, processing, different sectors. Okay. Now, I want to find out, do you have quotas for all these sectors? Or it's like we say in Ghana, all play all. Bring your proposals, and based on the viability of it, we give you funds.
Well, as a business, we do have our strategic, or enterprise strategic goals, and how we want to allocate the resources across these key sectors of the Ghanaian economy. So our priority sectors, which is agriculture, and then manufacturing, and ICT and value chain, we have to make sure that, we allocate resources, across all these sectors. So we do have targets, which mean that there are certain, at all times, you are looking at what are we supporting, how catalytic is this, investment, how is it going to unlock further investment and, drive our economic transformation. So it's not open. We are very selective in terms of what businesses that we support because our main focus is developmental, making impact. Investment that will drive economic growth. Investment that will lead to import substitution. Investment that will lead export diversification, and more importantly, women economic empowerment is something that we focus very much on.
Which means you're focusing on agriculture more.
Yeah, we do more agriculture.
These things that you're talking about, what women are involved in, import substitution, development. We agree as a country that agribusiness is the way to go, right? Which means you have lots of funds for us.
Yes, sure.
I say us because I'm in there.
Yeah.
So help us understand now. I mean, now that we've set the tone and everything, it's also important we know the funds that we're dealing with. I know, as for funds, you would raise funds, but currently, what funds are we looking at, and what's the allocation to agribusiness and the agri sector?
As I said, it's very much demand driven, because there should be availability of viable deals, and that is also attractive to the commercial banks, to the participating financial institutions that we work with. And so we have made available, this year we are looking to spend over 500 million in terms of our credit lending, and definitely agriculture takes the chunk of it. From 2 years ago, when the financial crisis came and the banks were rebalancing their books and all of that, we set up a fund which we call the DEEP Fund, that is the DBG Economic Recovery Program, that really set up about 500 million Ghana cedis in support of agriculture transformation, providing very patient capital. We had it about 500 basis points below market rates, right? Yeah, with long tenors and longer moratorium and all of that to support agricultural sector, which really had very impactful, effect on the sector. And so, similarly, we want to deepen that support, to the agricultural sector. But it depends on what the banks want to take, and then the developmental impact of the deal that comes to us, and we do the assessment, and if we believe that it meets our developmental goals, why not? We provide funding.
Let me understand the module, because you talk about it depends on what the banks want to take.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, these partner banks are the ones that are lending to the farmers.
Absolutely, sure.
And then you would give them the funds and they would lend.
Yeah.
And so you play a major role in what the rate should be.
Yes, we play a major role because it's a wholesale rate that we give to the banks, which often is lower than the market rate.
Okay. I like that. So, years ago, I got a vehicle from somewhere, and when I was having a conversation with the driver, I asked him, "Oh, Honorable, but you took too much money from me." He said, "Oh, boss, I only took this amount." And I realized that the person who gave the car haven't gone to see a middleman for the car. Now increases the rate by 100%. So let's know what you think. The vehicles manufacturers have manufacturers recommended sale price.
Yeah.
What is your recommended lending rate, so that we know, and then when we are getting involved, we know what we're looking at?
Well, I am unable to tell you the rates because we deal with several banks, commercial banks, and we do have NDCs with them. It will not be fair to tell you that this is the rate that we are giving to ABSA, or this is the rate that we're giving to
the average.
EcoBank. Yeah, but on the average, we price on the GRR, Ghana reference rates.
And you say yours is lower than that?
Yes, and then beyond that, we also give discounts on the rates.
Let me check the Ghana reference rates now.
Yeah.
I want to check that one, so that we know where we're going. Okay, so the Ghana reference rate today, let me just check. Okay, it's 10.02%.
Yes.
And you give lower than that?
Yeah, we can, depending on the deal. Like I said, we do assessment of the deal, if the development impact, we have what we call development impact assessment tools that we use, right? If the deal demonstrate high development impact, we give a higher discount. If it's a long tenor, we give much higher. So depending on the deal that comes, yeah, you can get it much lower than the GIR rates.
Okay, much lower means less than 10%. Now, this message says, how do interested persons get in touch with them to access a loan facility for agribusiness?
Yeah, 2 channels. You can come directly to us, or you can speak to your banks. Just find out if your bank is participating financial institutions. Talk to them that you want to access DBG loan. They will do their own credit assessment and then approach us, to lend on lend. And we also, of course, we also have a view of what the deal is made up of, and then we can lend to you. Or you can come directly to us, and then we'll do the assessment and we recommend you to one of our PFIs, to take charge.
Because you've introduced the issue of the banks, you can go to the banks or we can come to you directly. Do you have the agreement with all the banks, or there are some banks that you deal with?
There are some banks. It's not all the banks that qualify to be a PFI. So we deal with some selected commercial banks, currently about 11 or so of them, and then the deposit-taking institutions, SNLs, we have about 4 of them, and then the community banks as well.
SNL, savings and loans?
Savings and loans, yes. So we have about 20 or so PFIs that we work with across the financial system. Yeah, both the high, medium, and then the lower tiers.
And we can find this list on your website?
Yeah, you can find a list on our website, and you also could get the contacts and all of that.
Because it's important. Let me just check that. It's important we're able to, get people. If you could, okay, let me check the partners that you have, and then I'll share it with our listeners so they know where they can go. Because it's very important that they're able to get. But you say when they come to you, all they need is a good business plan.
It's a good business plan, a good proposal. We do have our credit team, they will engage you, and then they will assess and then recommend, which banks you should speak to. The banks play a critical role in the process, of the onboarding or the lending, because as I mentioned, you have to meet their credit policy first and foremost. They have to be comfortable to lend to you, then they will come to us. And yeah.
Prof, someone is saying it would be nice for him to mention the banks.
Yeah, I can mention
Please
some
mention
of them.
them.
Yes, we have ABSA, we have Access Bank, we have GCB, we have CBG, we have Fidelity, we have GS, SG Bank, Cal Bank, Societe Generale. And then for SNLs, we have the Opportunity International, Snappy Aba, we have Leshego, for community banks, we have Equiapiman, we have Ahantaman, and several of them, yes. Yeah.
You've talked about the business plan, and so I want us to do this before we wrap it all up,
sure.
Okay? What would constitute a good business plan that normally would qualify for assistance from you?
Yes, so good business plan. I mean, if it's agriculture, we are talking about agricultural financing, of course. First, you have to make sure that the land, you have a land tenure security. You have that the land belongs to you, because that security is important. You have to show that the business, the key inputs, the key ingredients. You have to demonstrate that. You don't need to demonstrate the gestation period, how long you begin to get revenue, your revenue projections over the period, the market, whether you have an off-taker, the market connections, which market access, who is taking, where are you going to sell the product, because that is very important when you produce, because it's not just about production, you have to market it in order for you to realize the revenues. So you need to demonstrate, the market conditions to the deal. And the business ownership is key. who owns the business, and then the formality of the business as well, whether the business is registered, and all of that will be taken into consideration. So you need to make sure that it is solid. You have demonstrated a good technical plan in terms of your production. You have key timelines. That's very clear. You have your management well set out. You have your cash projections. You have the market, how you're going to do the marketing. All of that have to be clear and demonstrate predictability in terms of revenue flow. That definitely would attract, a lender to look at you. And the sector that you are also focusing on should be a priority sector, should be sectors that, are within one of our priority sectors, and then we can begin to talk to you.
Okay. Talking about priority sectors, so I'm looking at, because for this conversation is on agribusinesses, I'm looking at your website, and it talks about, the sectors you're involved in. It says, agribusiness sector holds significant importance in Ghana, particularly in the value chains of cocoa, rice, palm, maize, sorghum, and soya beans. By prioritizing key value chains like rice, palm oil, poultry, wheat, and muslin, and reducing imports by 50%, Ghana could significantly decrease its import bill by nearly $500 million.
Yeah.
We finance projects with a focus on increasing production and productivity of agriculture at farm levels for both smallholder and large-scale farmers. The funding through partnering financial institutions is intended to enable farmers access needed inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, and others. The bank also supports acquisition of appropriate technologies that aid production, post-harvest handling, processing, and storage facilities.
Yes, okay. On point.
So I look at it and I see your priority is mostly on crop and poultry.
Crops, yes, rice, maize, soya bean, these are then poultry, palm oil, horticulture, and agro processing. I mean, we have a very system approach, value chain approach to agriculture. So we are not just focusing on lending, opening credit line, but, a value chain approach where if you are lending to poultry, we're not just giving money to maybe set up poultry. We want to look at how do you source feeding, to support your poultry. Your DOCs, how are you going to get it? So we want to make sure that your DOCs, your feeding.
When you say DOCs, what do you mean?
DO chicks.
Okay.
That's the first point, right? To set up a poultry farm, and then the feeding, which constitute about 70% of the entire cost. And so if you do not have a view of how you're going to feed, the consistency of feeding to ensure that at all times the business going well, then there's going to be a problem. Then the probability of default will be high. And so if you don't tackle it from the value chain approach, you are likely to miss it. And that has been the bane of agricultural financing.
Professor Azesibe, you introduced something. We're about to wrap it up, but you introduced something that actually tells me that you make it very difficult because, you're saying if you're getting in there, you should have an idea, for instance, how you're going to be feeding them.
Yeah.
Is it the case that I can buy feed?
Yeah.
Must I be the one to manufacture it?
Yeah, anyway, but you need to demonstrate. And so that is why the banks have to understand, that it's not just about setting up the poultry, the inputs. How are you going to source the inputs? Is it available? Is it adequate? Is it of right quality to support the business? Do you have the funding to do that? In terms of when you supply, when you DOC, how are you going to get it from the DO chicks? And when you have produced, do you have the cutting machine, the hatcheries, and all of that? Do you have the marketing, when packaging? So all these questions have to come to play. That is the system approach. So when you lend, then you have to make sure that you don't just lend, you make sure that you remove all the kinks along the value chain so that the production will flow from the farm gate to the table of the consumer.
So if I get you in seeking funding, you must convince the panel or whoever is assessing it that you know what it takes right from the beginning to the end, to when it gets to the consumer.
Sure, you should demonstrate that.
You have to demonstrate that.
That's when you can be certain about the revenue, the cash flows, because if there's a break along the chain, any part, or at any stage in the chain, it means that you're not going to be able to realize the needed revenue. So you need to make sure that when you produce, there are off-takers, and the people will buy. There's a market for the produce, right? You need to demonstrate that, and you need to demonstrate the input, where you're going to source your input from, because many firms have failed, merely because they are not able to get the needed raw materials.
Okay.
Yeah, because they don't address their minds to, reliable source of, input for their produce. And so they start and then they get stuck because they cannot get the needed raw materials to continue production.
But there's funds for us.
There's funds. If you are able to put together good business plan, why not? You get funded for it.
Professor Eric Osesibe, Chief Economist, Development Bank, Ghana. Thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. Folks,
pleasure.
The funds are available. Just put together a good business plan and you're good to go. But you know what? The CompuGhana Go Rush season is here. The World Cup fever is on and everyone is getting excited. CompuGhana says the match shouldn't just be on the pitch. You can bring the stadium experience home. And so this is the time to buy your crystal clear TV, soundbars, home theater, smartphones, laptops, projectors, and more at unbeatable prices. Remember, this isn't just a discount sale, it's a chance to win a 100-inch 4K smart TV, cash, laptops, phones, and many other amazing prizes when you spend 1,000 cedis or more. Rush to any CompuGhana showroom or shop online at CompuGhana.com. Call 0302 752020. WhatsApp 0243 143143. CompuGhana Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience. Stay with us. When we return after these messages, the question we asked you, the ultimate responsibility for a decline in morals in our society. Is it the parents or the society? We'll be right back.
Did you know that Ghana spends more than 8 billion Ghana cedis annually importing food that can be produced right here at home? That's why the Joy Brands, in partnership with the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters (FAGE), are bringing you Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 under the theme From Soil to Sovereignty, Building Ghana's Agricultural Self-Reliance Through Innovation. Join us on the Joy Super Morning Show, Joy News, Joy Prime, and across Joy Business platforms for a month-long national conversation on Ghana's food security and agribusiness future. Since the beginning of June, we have engaged policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, agripreneurs, and development partners, exploring government policy, trade, and financing for food sovereignty, highlighting research, innovation, and mechanization. We have also examined infrastructure, value addition, youth participation, and agricultural financing as critical drivers of sector growth. In week 4, our focus turns to vast opportunities across Ghana's horticulture value chains. The final week looks at consumer power and Ghana's roadmap to food sovereignty by 2030. Stay tuned to Joy FM, Joy News, and Joy Prime. The Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 is proudly sponsored by Agro Monte Company Limited. We understand Agric and Ghana Commodity Exchange, trade, storage, financing, all in one place. That's GCX, powering Africa's commodity markets.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
That's Adani Best with Ayuko. I know you love Adani Best.
I don't know what it is about his voice. I don't understand the word he's saying, but
don't have to
everything he sings is nice.
You don't have to understand. Just like we like You Shouldn't Do and all that. What I like songs. Sometimes I don't understand what they're saying. But if you want me to understand, okay, when the Ghanaian boys do the dancehall and they speak the patois, I say, what are you trying to communicate to me? Please, if you want to do dancehall, do it so that we can understand.
That one, yeah, you want to understand.
That one I want to understand. But that only tells me that I just like it when we speak, whichever Ghanaian language we speak works for me. But Danny Best is a good guy. He's a great artist.
I love his music.
I know you love Ayite, so we'll play Ayite for you.
Oh, you're too kind.
But look, in partnership with the National Theatre, Roverman Productions presents an original Lebo White play, Love and Handcuffs. So Dave receives a mysterious visitor whose shocking request turns his quiet life upside down. Suddenly, the police are involved, danger flies around the house, and his wife Mabel wouldn't stop interrogating him. To make matters worse, the thief falls in love, and Dave has the final say. Love and Handcuffs is a hilarious roller coaster of chaos, romance, and non-stop surprises, and it starts showing today, the 26th of June, to Sunday the 28th of June, and then next week Friday to Sunday the 3rd to the 5th of July at the National Theatre. Raised 300 cedis per show for individuals and 500 cedis per show for couples, and 225 for holders of Roverman loyalty cards. Tickets are available via the Rover app, Koba short code *365 *535 #. Wakana offices on the Boundary Road and in the American House and Opebia House, and then at Roverman's usual outlets at Joy FM Front Desk, Shaw Shops at Airport, Tema Community 11, and Dansoman and other Bachuna Total Shop. For inquiries and large orders, call 0505 546 010. WhatsApp 0505 546 030. Sponsors Wakana Apotica and Koba. Communications partners M Notify and Logistics Movers. Roverman Productions, be the difference. But you know, planning for the future begins with the decisions you make today. And so save and invest early with EDC to build wealth and retire comfortably. One clear sign of financial growth is when your money starts working for you through steady returns and long-term wealth creation. With EDC, you get professional fund management, flexible investment options, and the potential for higher returns than ordinary savings and financial security. For retirement and future goals, your financial independence is possible with EDC. Sign up today. For inquiries, call 0302 610 400 or WhatsApp 0509 268 414. But look, Ghana and all football fans, the biggest football show on earth is here, and Electroland Ghana is making sure you don't miss a single moment. And here's the winning deal. Buy any 50-inch or bigger Samsung TCL or NASCO Smart TV, and you will get free DSTV decoders plus 1 month free subscription, absolutely free. Yes, free decoder, free subscription, and the FIFA World Cup live in stunning picture quality right in your living room. And that's not all. Enjoy fantastic discounts and free Zappa decoder to complete your home entertainment package. So whether you're backing the Black Stars, Brazil, Argentina, England, no, not England, or your favorite team, make sure you're match day ready. Hurry to any Electroland showroom nationwide or your nearest authorized dealer today. Promo is valid while stock lasts. T's and C's apply. Call 0503 159739 for details. Or visit Electroland Ghana. Electroland Ghana, bringing the World Cup home. But this July, you know, Ghana will host global energy leaders and experts at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, GIPCON 2026, under the theme Building a Resilient Downstream Policy, Innovation and Investment for Growth. President Mahama will be the guest of honor. Speakers include Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapor, Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Mr. Godwin Kojo Tamaklo, CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Patrick Ofori, CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, and Dr. Reverson Opong, CEO of the Ghana Oil Marketing Companies. It's from the 16th to the 17th of July 2026, 8 p.m. each day. Venue, Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. The event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night on the 18th of July at 6 p.m. at Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, Accra. Register now at gipcon.com or call 0558 223678. But if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. Come through and enjoy unbeatable deals on all your stationery needs, from notebooks, pens, and printers to school and office supplies. So whether you're a student, teacher, or business owner, they've got everything to keep you organized and productive. And that's not all. Transform your space with stylish and affordable home and office furniture. Big discounts up to 70%. Bring your family, tell a friend, and don't miss out on these amazing offers at Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Venue, Kingdom Books office at Osu, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Shop smart, save big. For inquiries, call Kingdom Books and Stationery on 0501 401050 or 0244 311 955. Okay? But Ghana, I'm sure you're ready for the biggest football festival on earth, because Electroland Ghana Soccer Promotion is officially on, with massive discounts, amazing freebies, and big winning opportunities. This World Cup season, bring the stadium right into your living room with stunning smart TVs from Samsung, TCL, and NASCO, starting from just 699 Ghana cedis. And that's not all. Upgrade your home with incredible deals on air conditioners, air coolers, refrigerators, chest freezers, washing machines, microwaves, air fryers, blenders, water dispensers, small kitchen appliances, and so much more from trusted brands like Samsung, TCL Media, and NASCO. Planning watch parties with family and friends? Then this is the perfect time to shop and save big with Electroland Ghana. Plus, every purchase gives you the chance to enter the exciting Achedieke Sierra raffle for even bigger rewards. Visit all Electroland Ghana Limited showrooms nationwide and authorized dealer shops across Ghana today. Call 0503 159 739 or 0502 989 894. Visit electrolandgh.com. Electroland Ghana, bringing the stadium home. Now, this is the part that you love, Kojo, because with MTN at 30 promo, every call, every text, every browse, and every Momo transaction, every connection to home fiber, and every activity on the My MTN app earns you points towards amazing rewards, okay? Yes, I know you all love rewards, including 9 brand new Toyota Land Cruiser Prados. I want to understand why 9. Over 10 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes and unforgettable experiences just for you. Because every move counts, dial star 530 hash or use My MTN app to participate now, and let's stay connected everywhere you go. MTN at 30 promo, make every move count. Terms and conditions apply. Yeah, and that's Danny Best with Ayuko. Maybe we can hear this one now. Yeah, this is Adani Best with Ayite. Okay. Now, this one, lots of messages. Edmund says, good morning, the Super Morning Show team. Very educative program. Parents are primarily responsible for the early socialization of their children and the inculcation of core values in their lives. However, other relevant stakeholders, schools, society, government, churches, and must all contribute to the comprehensive and holistic development of children. Okay. This one says, good morning, Winston. Yes, discipline begins at home, and some parents have left the gadgets and busy schedules to raise their children for them. But we cannot ignore that many parents are also victims of the times, working long hours just to survive with little time left for supervision. The old system where the whole community helped to raise a child is fading. Our churches, schools, and neighbors used to back up the parents, but that support system is weakened. So before we point fingers only at parents, let's also ask, what is society doing to support them? Discipline is a shared responsibility, and it will take both community and family members working together to bring back the values we're losing. And this is from Jingles Nanabwedi in Oyibi. Okay. There's a poll. At the end of the poll, parents 87%, society 13%. Oh, there's another one. No, that was earlier. Let me check this one. Okay. One was 60-40, but this is 87-13. Kojo, we're going.
Well, it's been a fantastic week. So we're so grateful that you've joined us. And we're back on Monday with even more, right? So listen, have a wonderful, restful weekend. Don't do too many of the things we wouldn't do. And stay out of trouble. We're back with you on Monday morning.
Sure. And the Agribusiness Month is brought to us by the Ghana Commodities Exchange, GCX, powering Africa's commodity market, and Agromonti, where I understand agriculture. You have a lovely day. My name is Winston Amoah.
And my name is Kojo Yankson.